It's here on Today's Sports Live on your premium talk news and sports radio station. Today, 95.1 FM. It's Harry Ogugo here with you this lovely Sunday afternoon as we are getting ready for another marathon edition of the show where we get to delve into everything happening in the world of sports. Today is a Sunday, so we will be starting off with other sports before we get to talk about European football and then Nigerian football. A lot is happening. The World Athletics Championship did finish off or round off today, and we will be looking at Nigeria or Team Nigeria's performance. There is the Azerbaijan Grand Prix also today as well over there in Baku. Then yesterday in the English Premier League, what happened? What transpired? Chelsea, well, they did lose by 2-1 to Manchester United, an early red card for Robert Sanchez, and some were saying Enzo Maresca panicked and made changes he shouldn't have made. Liverpool, well, they are 5 points on top of the table with second place, Tottenham having 10 points. Well, Bournemouth could usurp them and go second if they do get to win. Arsenal as well, on 9 points. If they do get to win, Manchester City will be looking or mirroring or touchlighting what is to come as regards that Super Sunday clash. But there were games yesterday, and we will be looking at that as well. Also in the Spanish La Liga as well. And let's not forget football as regards the local scene. Well, a lot is happening. Rivers United did play out a goalless draw over there in DR Congo. Kwara United, Remo Stars and Abia Warriors will be, will you say, on the pitch today. And they will be in play to try and see if they can start off their CAF Confederations and Champions League campaigns on a positive note. Well, as usual, I'm never alone in the studio today. I'm talking, I've got Benjamin here, Benjamin Mina here with me. Benjamin, good afternoon. Welcome.
Yeah, Henry, good afternoon. Good afternoon to Osas. Good afternoon to our ever reliable Wally in the studio. Good afternoon to our lovely listener out there. It's good to be here to talk sports. Well, Rivers United starting off the one of the contingents in the continental duties yesterday in the CAF Champions League, starting there. Remo Stars will follow suit today, and like you rightly mentioned, Kwara United in the Confederations Cup and Abia Warriors. Rivers United playing out a goalless draw. They've been on fine form since the league started. They've not lost any game. Their last 4 games in the league, they've won 2, drawn 2, and then they went away from home yesterday, playing out a goalless draw against Algiers du Congo. I think it's something remarkable for them if they can keep this feat. Hopefully they get the job done this when they get to play at home away from home in the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium, where they call that their adopted home. For Remo Stars, they file out today in a very cagey encounter. Hopefully they get to win this one because they are starting their own campaign at home here at the MKO Abiola Stadium. So I think it's a good one for Rivers United to open the show. As for the English Premier League, Liverpool, we've continued from where they stopped last season. You look at what they've done for themselves over the weekend. It's very awesome. Winning 2-1 there against the arch rivals, a City rival Everton. They could actually open a 5-point lead. As what's it called? Tottenham.
Currently a 5-point lead, but it depends on what also Tottenham and Arsenal
and Tottenham
and Bournemouth get to play.
The 5-point lead on top of the table. This is just the 5th game of the season, 100%. I think Ancelotti is actually, in the first season, most people talked about how he won the league and not knowing what to expect from him. The man is just keeping his cool, and maybe he's going to do it 2 times. Are we going to look at him as the next Pep Guardiola that would win the league in 4 straight times? Well, let's see. We've counted 1. Let's see if we are going to count 2 before we get to count 3 and then 4. Hopefully, the man is just keeping cool. And well, let me stop there. It's a action-packed show where you have to call into the show at some point, and then SMS and WhatsApp portal is there for your taking. Just listen to us, enjoy the show, and ride on with us.
Yes, definitely do listen to us and enjoy the show with us. Like I did mention, it is paradise here on Today's Sports Live. But I mean, could Ancelotti be the first man to win the Premier League title in his first 2 seasons back to back? Since after Jose Mourinho did it when he came to Chelsea. Jose Mourinho is the only man to have done it in the current Premier League era. Nobody did it. Ancelotti won it in his first season, didn't win it in his second. Conte won it in his first, didn't win it in his second. Pellegrini won it in his first, didn't win it in his second. Pep had to wait his second season before he won the English Premier League title. So could Ancelotti actually will you say do something these other managers didn't do, barring Jose Mourinho? Osas Ihinwe is also with us in the studio this afternoon. Osas, good afternoon. Welcome.
A very good afternoon to you, Henry. Good afternoon to my colleague, Benjamin Mina, right here. I think I'll just walk away from talking football, because definitely we're going to be talking about it.
Yeah.
Yes. One big thing happening right now is the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, and Max Verstappen seems poised to win this particular one right now, because he leads 39 laps out of 51, and he leads. I don't see anybody toppling him right now, because the biggest of competitions being Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri are nowhere to be found when it has to do with the top 5 racers right there. So I think this is Max coming back to the podium. This is Max coming into the top of the podium, I beg to say, and I think it's going to be a little boost to the rest of what he has to offer through this season. George Russell, another one again in second place, and what would you say at this point? It seems like it's not going to be good for Mercedes, but fine, Russell is there. Kimi Antonelli is also knocking around the top 3. That's to see if he could finish on the podium. So it could go really, really well to see Mercedes do a 2-3 this particular weekend at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. I think it would have been a boost to whatever they will have to offer when it has to do with the Constructors' Championship. But the surprise of them all, Henry, is Carlos Sainz finding himself on the podium. Carlos Sainz, it was a shock yesterday. He was almost getting pole position. It was a shock yesterday.
Yeah.
Max just had to knock him out with the closest of margins. But here he is right now, showing that I still have it within me. I don't know if Ferrari would be regretting whatever happened between themselves and Carlos Sainz last season, but it seems like Carlos Sainz might just be moving to the next big constructor next season. He has shown a lot for himself this
Cadillac.
period. Yes, maybe Cadillac. Yeah, Cadillac.
Okay, well, it's happening over there in Baku in the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, a street race. Well, not really much has changed. That's why a lot of drivers are not really fans of street races, because you don't really have as much space to maneuver and overtake like when you have normal tracks. That's why Monaco is tough. You have Baku being one of those tough races to actually get to overtake, because of it's a street race. Yes, the tracks are embedded within the streets of the city. So that's
I think the
is.
Brazilian Grand Prix, Sao Paulo.
Yeah, Sao Paulo is also like that. So maybe hopefully in Nigeria we get to have one. It will probably be
Please,
like
though,
that.
it should be out, because imagine when you
No, definitely,
imagine when Max Verstappen wants to make a turn and one trailer like that.
The roads will be good. No, why will the trailer be there now? When
Anything can happen in this our country.
No. Because I mean, it's been a while since we had a Grand Prix in Africa. South Africa hosted at some point.
I think Rwanda is getting set for one.
Morocco had at some point, but it's been over 2 decades since we last had
Maybe the
Port Harcourt
Grand Prix, and then they get
from Choba down to
I think we have a lot to do. I don't think we are anywhere close to hosting a Grand Prix. I don't think so.
Maybe not in this part of the country. Maybe
Maybe
several other parts, like maybe Lagos,
Abuja.
Abuja.
Yes,
That
fine,
could be done.
but I don't think over here in Port Harcourt we have what it takes to host a Grand Prix, because the topography of our roads, you find some of the roads very much undulating at some point. Have you not been on en route in Port Harcourt here, and it looks like you lift high, you come back again. You're just feeling it from the shock of your cars that this road is not a road but a bed of roses.
Damn it, the contractors.
Sarcastically.
Okay, well, let me put it out there. Do you think Port Harcourt can actually host a street race, a Formula One Grand Prix, if it's required? You think maybe even if the facilities are not up to scratch now, that it can be done within the state? Well, we do have feedback platforms for you to be a part of the show this afternoon. For the SMS and WhatsApp portal, that one is 0701 933 9962 0701 933 9962. While for the SMS and while for the phone line, the number is 0810 9510 951 0810 9510 Yes, that's for the phone line and the SMS and WhatsApp portal as well. So you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and we'll take them during the show or while the show does progress. The phone lines will be open during the show for you to call in and air your thoughts. So, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, I say take a seat, fasten your seatbelts, and let's make it a Viva la Vida.
we need to understand that these things, when you put your
do we
stomach,
really need to come back home and look at what? Because I mean, it's probably clear and evident what is wrong with all the administrative issues. We also the kit issues.
No. I think things are not done that way. You might look at it and say administrative issues alone, but I
But
think
we
it's
keep
not
on having
only
the same issues, either allowances or bonuses. Because as of 1 week ago, they had not been given their allowances and their bonuses, and most of them and some of them had even participated and were out. But as of 1 week ago, they had not been given that.
Yeah, and our allowances.
We all know the National Sports Commission had to step in at some point. Bukola Olopade had to come out with several statements and all that stuff to try and make them understand that the president is keen on their welfare and all that stuff. And it looks like the matters were sorted then. But you also have to look at the fact that, look at the kits. Before some of the other countries they are participating against actually got to the World Athletics Championship, they had their kits already with them. Kits were provided. We reached there first, and you are now sending the kits in batches.
Okay, so that's why I said you need to come home to look at what is wrong with you. Yeah, you might.
Do
look
you
at
necessarily need to come home?
You need to. When I say come home, is you need to come to the realization that you have to make changes. I didn't say travel all the way from Tokyo.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand what you mean.
We need to come home and understand that because right now, even when you look at it and you say it's administrative issues, Henry, where do you point your finger? Everybody will point everybody will point their finger to the AFN. The AFN will also point backward and say, you people under, you are the ones. So now we have issues with elections, how it's done, both from the state FAs and federation representatives in the state. We have issues with how channeling is done when it has to do with financial flow. So you can see that the problem is very, very big. And the only way that problem can be solved is when we tell ourselves that there is a problem. Come home and tell yourself that there is a problem. That is the only time that problem could be solved. We have issues everywhere. It's not just at the top alone. Even within the system, even at the floor of the system, there is decay. Huge decay going on. So I think the mentality right here in Nigeria is chop your own, I chop my own. As they chop, make a no talk. You as me to the chop, make a no talk. That's exactly what we are going through right here. So where do we start from? We know that there is a problem. Let us understand that there is a problem. Even with the athletes also, they need to purge themselves too. So now we might be looking and pointing our fingers towards administration.
Need to themselves. Like I know, yes, I'm going to let you land, but how are the athletes to blame for when performances aren't at the best, especially when they are trying their best?
We've had cases where athletes lobby to go in, even with injuries. I don't want to call names.
Man that participated this career. He said he wasn't fit.
Not even him. Even Paris 2024 Olympics. We were here when Le Cochon talked about it. He made reference to somebody that went there with injury. He had injuries, but he had to lobby to make sure that he gets himself.
Okay, he's lobbying, but is he not lobbying with those at the higher echelon or at the top? If he's trying to lobby, which every athlete, every person wants to be at the World Cup or the Olympic Games and all that stuff. But if he's trying to lobby and put himself there, and as an administrator, you know that it's at the detriment of this country or the performance, and probably that's a slot somebody else can actually take if the person has qualified. Why not drop the person at the end of the day? Because even if you're the best, if Toby is injured, Toby cannot perform well. If Ese is injured, we're all seeing it because of the accidents. She was on a neck brace for about a year. Her performance has not really been up there at this point. She's trying to get back to that level. It's showing. So no matter how good you are as an athlete or as a person or at that sport, if Armando Duplantis is injured, he cannot break world records and he cannot even probably win a gold medal.
Obviously.
So, definitely, it still boils down to the table of the administrator to say, no, my guy, you're injured. Or lady, you're injured. Don't go.
I think Eve and Adam would have still remained in the Garden of Eden if the snake did not tempt them according to the Bible. So now, if you hold your own and you do what is right, you don't become a stumbling block. You don't become a reason for temptation. I think when we want to correct issues, it's best we don't point to just one direction. Athletes have theirs. They have theirs to also play. They have their role to play to ensure that things like this don't happen. So yeah, we might be saying our administrators are basically the problem, but I think the problem is holistic. Everybody involved has a role to play. So we need to come back and understand that every area of our athletics, every area of our sports needs to be pushed. Yes, the huge percentage or fraction is on the shoulders of the administrators. But what about you? Because if you purge the administrators and you still have traces and atoms or elements of debts between other areas, it will definitely corrupt the clean ones that you have made. So I think it's a holistic view. We need to come back and make sure that we correct totally everything that is wrong, not just the administrative end of it, every part of it. Even the coaches have their issues. Athletics coaches have their issues. There are areas where they do not project rightly what is supposed to be projected just because they have personal interest. So I think these are areas that we need to look into. We need to tell ourselves first that there is a problem. Every area, every part of athletics has a problem, and we need to correct it as soon as possible.
Benjamin, coming over to you now, let's look at the whole issue as regards kids. We had Lekon Shoito on the show some couple of weeks. That was last week, and he also, if memory serves me right, he did talk about the fact that technical committee was supposed to be the ones to negotiate, executive committee is supposed to leave it for the technical committee, but technically this sort of deals or sponsorships, it's actually the executive committee that should actually negotiate certain things or these deals. Maybe the technical committee gives recommendations of what is actually required to give optimum performance and give the athletes the necessary comfort and everything they require and what is needed. So, I mean, do you think that the fact that there is a breach of duty or the fact that there's a lack of proper understanding of duty in the AFN is probably one of the reasons why we had the issues as regards the kids, and one of the reasons why we're having this back and forth and this poor level of performances in international competitions?
Well, I think the two, like Osas said, we should first know that we have a problem. But I want to tell Osas that I think these people know that we have a problem. But who takes the bull by the horn to actually solve this problem? See, the problem begins with the administrators, first of all. You know, it's like a football club that is dealing with, I don't want to start calling Manchester United, you know. The truth is, Manchester United, they've not actually realized that the club itself, the hierarchy, are the problems. So that's what it is. So I feel for Nigeria, what we are going through is the administrators. First off, we are having the wrong people at the helm of affairs. That is first off, that's the issue. What was the I've heard last time we were in the office talking, when they talked about the National Sports Commission. Osas, where is the National Sports where is it from?
In National Sports Commission?
Yeah, they had the chairperson.
Shehu Diko.
Where is it from?
I think Shehu Diko should be from, is that Katsina?
Kaduna.
What's his profession, please?
I know where you're going to. I actually know where you're going to. These guys have been within sporting administration for a while. Yeah, even if he's not a sports person.
If you read about that man, this is not his profession. I know in sports, he's
basically. Right? No, he's from Kaduna anyway.
I know in sports you get to have different people analyze things and give their opinions. You know, at some point, you know, some gets to data analysis, whatever have you. But the truth is, in this country, we are having chunk of people that are supposed to do the job the wrong place at the right office. So I think, see, if we don't get to work on this, if we don't get to start dealing with the root cause of these problems. You see, every time when we get to the Olympics, we get to competitions, it is always Nigeria and it is always the AFN. I keep saying we are struggling in football. The glass house, they are doing their own. See, this thing boils down to accountability. See, if you hold, since this thing has been happening, nobody has come out to give account of this thing, or to come out and take responsibility to say, okay, I am the one that went this way. So I take full responsibility. This is what is going to happen. From now on, it is not going to happen again. Or I am tendering my resignation because this thing did not go well. We're in a country where nobody, no matter how badly you've done in your office, nobody's resigning. Nobody even holds you to give accountability to say, okay, this, in my 4 years, Ahmad Jupinik has done 8 years, he has gone. Nobody's holding him to come and account for this and that and that. The man has gone. Musa Gusso is there. He will come back and do his 8 years. Nobody will hold him responsible. The AFN chairperson, that's Okowa, right? The man who finish his tenure, go to the second tenure if he wants, and go. Nobody will hold him.
This is actually his second tenure.
So this is what we are saying. If these leaders are being held accountable for their actions, then we'll see this thing to the minimum. See, I know when things happen, you say it's mistake. But this is not the first time, it's not the second time, it's not the third time, which is this is not a mistake. In our local palace, they say no and do. So we need to hold these men responsible. I know different folks and different federations and different way of doing things, different things. But we've seen Favour Philly. If Favour Philly was competing in the colours of Nigeria in this World Athletics Championship, we should be talking about winning 2 medals, one way or the other, or expected to win 2 medals. We are short of 1 medal. 1 medal has gone to Turkey. We don't know if the next Olympics, the other one will still go to another country. We are left with no hope.
He said 1 medal has gone to Turkey.
Of course.
Favour Philly
has gone to Turkey.
Is she a medal? Is she a medal prospect?
I mean, maybe with better welfare, with better.
I think until then.
Let's wait till the Olympics.
Then, yes.
No, see, yeah, I know we have to wait to the Olympics, but now let's
not just the Olympics. There will be a World Athletics
before the Olympics
in 2027.
Yes. Now let's look at it. Whether we like it or not, whether you think she's a prospect or not. Okay, but we are talking about what's his name now? The young guy that broke the record. What's his name now? The 18-year-old record in Nigeria. What's his name now? Ezekiel Nathaniel as a prospect for medal. But we are not talking about Favour Philly as a prospect for medal. So the thing is, as long as you're going there to compete, there are high hopes that you can have a medal. There can be disqualification, there can be false starts. Nobody knows. Now, one of our best legs is gone because of negligence, citing negligence. That's the key reason. We don't know if the next one will leave. We are still not getting our house right. Before you know, we will not have any athletes again. That is when we start going back to the drawing board to start regrouping and getting children, start grooming the young kids for the future to become future athletes. So the earlier we start putting our house together, the better for us. Every time we keep coming here to talk about the AFN. Is the AFN only the federation we have in sports? No, the NFF are doing their own. We are on the verge of not qualifying for a World Cup 3 times in a row. Okay, sorry, twice. Nobody is coming to say anything. No, nobody is saying anything. The next one now they'll look for a way to fire the coach. The coach is not good enough. Meanwhile, the root cause is there. Nobody is doing anything. So for me, I think this whole thing boils down to administration first of all, before we can start pointing hands to the athletes. We should keep our house right, or else it comes to points where we will not have any athletes that are ready to compete for Nigeria.
Okay, so guys, quickly, I mean, Favour has switched. He came up with Benjamin's discussion. Are you probably looking at it and maybe entertaining fears, or looking at it and saying some of these athletes might be, will you say, weighing their options at this point in time? Especially you look at the welfare package, you look at the grants from the FN, doesn't compare to what a lot of other countries are willing to actually dole out. Even probably Morocco doles out more currently at this point in time. And you're looking at how you're being treated and how they do tend to dodge responsibility. Are you entertaining that fear, or will you say scared that some athletes could start weighing their options and looking at other nations or nationalities to start switching to, especially knowing that there have been cases over the years of Nigerian athletes switching nationalities or switching to participate for other nations and actually getting optimum performances or doing well in their respective sports?
I think it's on the mind of everybody. Yeah, if you listen to that extract, the one that came from Toby Amoso, when she had to talk about the kids and all of that, you would hear it when she said, if one switch allegiance, now you could say person they switch allegiance. She made mention of it, meaning it's on the minds of everybody. There is nobody that will tell me that you enjoy working in an unfavorable environment. It's quite all right, but it depends on what you hope to achieve. It depends on what you want to be and how you want to be what you want to be. Right here, athletics in Nigeria, yeah, we know it's not really the best of experiences, but Henry, you also ask yourself, as I said before, you ask, am I also part of the problem? You ask, are we also part of the problem? You ask. You also look at certain things. Yeah, who brought you to the limelight? It's definitely Nigeria. Because if we want to go by that rationale, the likes of Leslie Tebogo would or may not be doing what he's doing for Botswana.
But Botswana came out and say what you're seeing with Tebogo and the rest is not something that
it's not
happened.
today.
It's not today. It's been about 8 or 10 years work in progress. And
but you can't tell me.
Coming out to complain about the federation, the Botswana.
It doesn't mean that everything is okay. Now, see, why I'm saying that is because look at Tebogo very well. Do you think Tebogo has not been pushed? He has definitely been pushed.
But Botswana is doing their job.
They are doing their job, yes. They are doing their job. But there are still, everything is not smooth. To the eyes of the media, the FN is doing its job. Tonobo Kokowa did come out to debunk.
The eyes of the media, you said.
Yes, he did come out to debunk. He did come out to speak straight or lay straight the allegations of Toby Amoson concerning the kits. As you said, he said, fine, it's because of the deal we signed, and for that, it's not just that particular one. It comes in batches.
Sorry, but for a country like Nigeria, let's tell ourselves the truth. For a country like Nigeria, do you think Nigeria should be signing a contract with a company like, what's that name again?
High
Racer. Now see, I'm asking a question. High Racer is a no, hold on now. Let me just land. High Racer might not be on the level of the likes of Nike or the likes of Puma.
No, say on the level of Nigeria.
What are you saying on the level of Nigeria? What has Nigeria... Now, listen, you cannot punch above your weight.
Really?
Because the reason why we are all talking about this thing from one perspective is because...
Let me tell you, if our house is together, if the administrators are actually doing their job, do you think we should be signing that we should be bigger than this if the administrators are doing their job?
Why do you think you should be bigger than where you are? Why? Hold on, let me
ask me a question. Let me answer this question you asked. Let me answer this question you asked now. Why do I think... Ask again. Let me answer.
Why do you think you are bigger than where you are?
Osas, let me answer you. If you keep your house jaga jaga, you don't need to tell rats, say, come stay for this house. They will visit you. But if your house is okay, there will be no rats. So our house is never okay. That's why we are having people like High Razor or High Jet, whatever, that they are producing for us. This is the first time I'm hearing it. We are bigger than this. If our house is together.
Why do you think you are bigger than it? Now let me. Okay, go ahead. Let me quickly come.
We are bigger than this because first we are supposed to be a powerhouse.
Why are you supposed? Why do you think you are supposed to be a powerhouse? Now I'm coming to this.
Our house together.
No, now go beyond this. Excuse me.
Firstly, we're a country of 200 million people.
Don't look at your population. You are a country of 200 million.
Can you let me land? 200 million people, most populous black nation.
Okay.
The West African gene is the best as regards tracks.
Okay.
As regards the short distance races. Now, most male athletes have run sub 10. United States is first, 65.
Okay.
Jamaica is second, 23rd. Okay. Guess who is third?
Nigeria
with 12.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you a question. Does Olympics Does athletics start and end on the track? No. Kenya has got a total of 60.
And what's different from what Benjamin is saying?
Kenya has got a total of 125 medals in the Olympics.
Now,
I'm coming with stats here now. I'm coming with stats. Just hold on. Let me land.
Okay, land.
Let me land. Kenya has got a total of 125 medals in the Olympics. 40 gold medals, 44 gold medals, 44 silver medals, and 41 bronze medals. Ethiopia has got a total of 62 medals in the Olympics, 24 gold medals, 15 silver medals, and 23 bronze medals. Nigeria has got a total of 27 medals in the Olympics. Now, that is 3 gold medals, 11 silver medals, and 13 bronze medals. How do you compare these 3 nations I have mentioned in terms of pedigree? Now, who sponsors? Who sponsors Kenya?
I know I am on this side and I am not allowed to give my opinion, but I'll talk in a way I know it might be like I'm giving an opinion. Nothing this country has ever done sporting wise when the Atlanta 96 is planned for. The gold medal we won in Atlanta, nothing Nigeria has achieved. Nothing Nigeria has ever achieved sporting wise has ever been planned for.
Okay.
And I'm on this side saying it with a certain fact and certainty that we have never planned for any sporting achievement we've had. Like, there is no developmental plan. And we still have 27 gold medals in the Olympics. Now, Kenya has 27 medals in the Olympics. Kenya has 140 medals. Now, we all know about Iten. Where even a lot of the Germans and the Moroccans, okay, Morocco, they use the Atlas Lions, the Atlas Mountains, and they have training camps there where their athletes go, and that's where they camp, and they're in camp performing, improving their abilities in the long distance races, and they're churning out medals now in the long distance races. Kenya, Iten. We even did something on Iten some years back here on this show. In play. The then in play segment. You do remember that, right?
Yes, I do.
Now, Iten, even New Zealand, Australia, a lot of countries, Germany, they are sending their federations, their athletics federation, are sending their long distance. They're sending their long distance runners to these places and providing everything they need to go there and camp and train. The Kenya Federation, Athletics Federation, has a training camp and center in Iten. Their athletes are going there and they are training. The federation has a blueprint. Even we all remember when they had their whole WADA issue with doping, and when the federation came down heavy on a lot of things. There are federations with plans, even with succession plans, with plans to develop athletes, and it's showing. So, when you look at that and you look at where Nigeria is, first off, why will you say the athletes, number one, are to blame? And why will you now look at it and the average Nigerian will now look at it and say 27 medals, we don't do anything? If we do as much as, or put as much as the effort the countries like South Africa, Kenya, and Botswana are putting in now, don't you think we will actually do better than what we're doing now?
Henry, let me go back to it. That was why at the beginning I stated something. I said we need to come back home and understand that every part has an issue and we need to correct it. Now, there is a part where the media plays its own wrong addition to whatever is happening. Henry, the hype is too much.
What hype?
Nigeria is the powerhouse in the world of athletics. Nigeria is the biggest thing next to the world government in athletics.
As at the 80s and 90s, were powerhouse in African athletics.
Nigeria is this and Nigeria is that. You must understand that has changed.
And why has that changed?
You must understand that
and why has that changed, Osas?
Now,
Osas, why has that changed? Before you continue, please.
Yes, it has changed because probably we did not grow. And
what are other countries doing?
They did grow.
That's the same thing that we're talking about.
Now, I'm talking about something here. Kenya, for example, Ethiopia, for example, they know where their strength is. Now, it's one part of it that you talked about, going out to train in an acclimatizable environment that would spawn some certain traits in you that were not originally there. We can see it clearly in most of the long distance races this period, most especially at the World Athletics Championship. You could see that the likes of Spain, the likes of I think that was New Zealand, the likes of Italy, they are pushing hard now when it has to do with long distance races. Long distance races used to be races before where you look and you say, this is something that is peculiar to Kenya. This is something that is peculiar to Ethiopia. But these days, we have seen Mo Farah, he has done his own beats for the for Great Britain, that is the United Kingdom. We are seeing a lot of athletes now from countries that you say they don't churn out long distance racers just because they've been able to.
But what are they doing? Mo Farah, he's British, right?
Yes.
But Mo Farah is not. You look at Mo Farah. Mo Farah is from the eastern part of Africa originally, and he's given the necessary requirements to train and to do what is required to actually make it to that place. Some of the Spanish and German and New Zealand and Australian guys, they are whites, they are Caucasians.
Yes.
But they're also given the necessary requirements and enabling environment to go and compete. It's like saying
that's like Jody Beamish.
Yeah, it's like saying African footballers are not technical, they are rough, they are harsh. But we're seeing France produce black technical players, right? Bradley Bakola is black. Ousmane Dembele is black. Paul Pogba is black. Even look at Barca. Ansu Fati, is he not black? Lamine Yamal is black.
Henry.
So there's no stereotype to these things. It's just about doing the work, right?
No. See.
Why won't we talk about the fact that we are not doing the work?
I want us to understand that if we want to build, we need to build from the scratch. This notion of Nigeria is the powerhouse in athletics, let us drop it. It's one of the things that has been. I told you that this problem is holistic. It's not just administrative issues alone. Even those at the media end of it, they have their issues. The ordinary Nigerian also has its issues. Forget about this Nigeria is a powerhouse thing, because sometimes it tends to derail us. Now, what's bringing this argument? High Racer sponsored athletics kit to the World Athletics Championship.
High Racer actually be our sponsor?
No, hold on. Let me drop.
Nigeria is the biggest.
Why would you say Nigeria is the biggest?
List out the nation.
Why would you say Nigeria is the biggest?
List out the nation.
Kenya. No, I'm not talking about High Racer. Kenya, that has 125 medals in the Olympic Games, was sponsored by a company called Mafro. Have you heard the name Mafro before? Ethiopia, that is bigger than Nigeria when it has to do with Olympics, when it has to do with athletics, was sponsored by a company called Gofere Sportswear.
That is their own.
What do you mean?
That's their own. We don't want it.
It's a company that sponsored them. It's not their own. It was previously Umbro. They were previously Umbro. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, as I mentioned that of Kenya, to be Mafro. Do you understand what I'm saying? So why is it that you're making so much of a noise because High Racer sponsored Nigeria? When you are not, even if your
High
house
Racer no go come. Listen, because we don't get anything.
Listen. Don't look at athletics as that thing that happens during 100 meters and 200 meters, because that is where every Nigerian is focused on. How many times have you produced swimmers that come back with medals? Those are water sports. It's part of when I mean athletics. Those are not athletics. When you're talking about athletics, you're talking about track and field, short put, long jump, high jump, even on the field. How many medals have you brought in? Even on the field games, how many medals have you brought in? Nigeria is only known for long jump, and maybe at some points we are seeing an equity at this point with short puts. How many times have you had discus throwers? Yes, I know that we had a lady for Hammer or Biageri or so that had to switch allegiance. How many times have you dominated when it has to do with field events? Even the track events you're talking about. How many times have you dominated? You only see some packets where you see Nigeria come out in one, even the 100 meters. How many times have you won gold? How many times have you finished on the podium? These things are clear, because I think we're making too much of a noise about what we have done rather than look at what we can do.
See,
we're making too much of a noise of what we have done.
The thing is,
I'm putting it.
There are nations that are better off, that Nigeria are better off. They are doing better than us. You want to know why? I still pointed that. See, Henry made mention of how the Atlas, the Moroccan national teams, they use the Atlas mountains, blah blah blah, and all that. See, the truth is, Like Henry said, we have never prepared. In any tournament we win, we have never prepared very well for that tournament.
But
Now,
sorry, let me ask you a question on that before you go ahead. Let me ask you a question. Now, that's from Henry's perspective, that we have never prepared. You cannot send
Nigeria.
athletes,
I'm coming.
You can't send athletes to NCAA and you say they are not prepared.
Nigeria.
We are not sending athletes to the NCAA. They are in the NCAA because they got scholarships.
Yes, now.
They got scholarships.
You cannot bring athletes from there and you say they are not prepared.
Our American, the Jamaican athletes, because of they have better situations in the US. Some Jamaican athletes are in the US, and Jamaica is a small country, but there's a national center in the University of Kingston where some of these athletes or some of the Jamaican athletes were still went through the university part in Kingston and came through. How many of our athletes have gone through the university setup in Nigeria at the moment?
None.
Why would you say none?
Give us one example.
Give us an example, please. You do decently enough in any of the youth championships.
And you get a scholarship.
You get a scholarship. Ese Brume has been in Cyprus for years.
Yes.
Henry, I'm asking you a question.
Henry, I
want to ask you a question.
has been in Cyprus
top performance
for almost a decade.
Top performance from the I don't know.
Toby Amuso.
I don't know if I should call the name.
Toby Amuso. I'm calling like the Americans Amusa. Toby Amuso. She was an NCAA athlete. Ezekiel Nathaniel, NCAA athlete. Divine Oduduru, NCAA athlete. Blessing Okabari, NCAA, Ezekiel Nathaniel, NCAA, Favor Philly, NCAA. They all went through the NCAA. What are we doing locally?
Before they went, they got that. They got those scholarship to NCAA.
Then what are you doing?
What are you doing here?
What are you doing to retain them, or even keep the level of competitiveness for those that don't get the chance to go to the NCAA to still have a chance to meet up?
Now we have athletes who have done it here. I think we've got this MTN. I don't know if I should call that name, but
the marathon.
Yeah, not the marathon. We have
NTN the certain championship.
Yes, certain championship by one of the telecommunication heavyweights in Nigeria here. They have been churning out athletes and they have been giving scholarships.
To go where?
They have been giving scholarships.
To go where? To go
even if it's
where are they going to fight? Where are they going to improve their training?
You and I can host a competition, right? It's not about hosting the competition. It's after you've hosted the competition, the talents that you gather from that competition, what is next for them? That's the issue. It's not about hosting competition, junior championship, junior athletics, this, junior this. After the competition proper, after the competition is over, how do you now gather these people? And what is next for their career? That's what we are suffering. That is the real issue of Nigeria.
I want to put it to you that those at the administrative duties, when it has to do with athletics here, don't just throw these athletes away. Now, there's a way our system is wired. You cannot, all the eggs that are to be hatched, you can't gather all of them. That's exactly how it is. Some of them have to move. For example, I'm looking at my screen right now, and I've seen certain swimmers like Abamba Ebinya. We've seen Julia Oputa get scholarships from the World Athletics Aquatic Scholarship. They've done that. We've seen volleyballers. We've seen table tennis. Taiwo Mati gets all of this. But
why can't we train these athletes locally? I remember that. Which Olympic Games was that? Was it Tokyo or was it Rio? A certain she was the first black girl to win a medal as regards swimming in an international competition. She started swimming at the age of, was it 15? By 18, 19, she was a world champion. She was a champion and she was a medalist in the Olympic Games. You see, Katie Ledecky won her first medal at the age of 15, London 2012. I remember sitting in front of the TV and watching it and rooting for her. She defeated, I've forgotten the name of the Great Britain Olympic champion from Beijing that she was able to topple in 2012. Katie Ledecky was 15. And where was she training? She didn't leave her locale. She didn't leave her area. We don't see the Australian athletes necessarily leaving their area. Let's leave the long distance one because they are looking for places with high altitude. They don't really have that. They're looking for places with the necessary temperature requirement to help their athletes perform. But when they find their place, who is still sponsoring them? It's still them that are still sponsoring their athletes to go there. The AFL, what are they doing as regards Favor Philly?
Bam, bam, bam.
Or regards, what were they doing as regards Ese Brume's as in education and training? It was on a scholarship in Cyprus. Who is responsible? It's not
That's
the
what I'm saying, Henry.
It's not the FA.
Who brought you to the limelight?
It's not about bringing to the limelight us now. What is being done after you bring the person to the
That's
limelight?
the question.
That what I'm saying, Henry, is this: in as much as you have those who have gotten scholarship abroad, you still have those who we've had coaches. Lekos who has been on this show before.
But why is it our local athletes or
And
locally based? Why is it our locally
it.
based athletes cannot even perform even when these ones come around?
You cannot compare, but because of the quality of preparations, the quality of training that you have over there and here.
So
now,
why is that an issue for us here?
Henry, in one of our national
So why is that an issue
trials,
for us here?
In one of our national trials, or would I call that the National Sports Festival? They just concluded one in Ogun State. We had coaches. Was that in the National Sports Festival, or was that the what's it called, ACAA in Ghana, or thereabout? I think it was the ACAA in Ghana. Henry, we had some of our local coaches complain that they have athletes that they have brought through. They worked with them from the scratch up to this point, and all of a sudden they see somebody from outside you bring to replace. Meaning you have, what that means is that Nigeria still have those who couldn't get those scholarships still stay here and are still looked after. What I'm trying to say is this, Henry. It's not as if I'm trying to support what the administrators are doing. Yes, I know it is what they are doing is it's killing our athletics, it's killing our sports. But what I'm trying to figure out here or paint out here is that, number one, that's not the only place where the problem is coming from. Number one. Number two, I think we are laying too much emphasis on their deficiencies, that we are not seeing other areas, or other areas where we have deficiencies, and other areas where at least they are putting in a bit of the work. Apart from athletes, the athletes that you hear out there are the ones who had those scholars. It's like, Henry, we both went to school. You finish from, let's say, for example, you finish from secondary school, Henry, right? And you have those who are the toppers in the class, isn't it? And you now have companies come from outside to pick these ones and give them scholarships, isn't it? You have companies come from outside to pick these ones and give them scholarships. And when they are giving these scholarships, what happens? What's the aim of these companies? To help better the society by giving them better chances of improving their talent, improving their raw God-given talent. That's exactly how it is. But Henry, that doesn't mean that those who finish 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th in the class are going to drop out. They continue. Isn't it? The system in their local area, their indigenous area, which is Nigeria, continues to push them through. So now, what I'm saying is this. The administrators still do the little that they can. But the truth is, they can push beyond what they are doing to better what we have. They can push beyond what they are doing to better what we have. But that doesn't mean that Nigeria is not working and bringing out talent. I think I went the other way. I said, I think we need to calm down. We need to step back from the fact that we are always saying that Nigeria is the powerhouse in the world. And we are supposed to do this, we're supposed to do that. Hi, Racer. Listen, Nike will not put their money to sponsor your athletes if they will not make something from it. Henry,
but Sas, you're not asking yourself. But you're not asking yourself. Okay, let's remove the fact that we are not a powerhouse.
Yes.
Let's remove that from your mind. But will they do enough? Or are we doing enough to even try and do something?
That's what I'm saying.
Let me give you a simple statistic.
Okay.
The NFF budget is about just slightly above 11. Let's call it $12 million a year. Guess how much Morocco spends on women football alone in a year?
Okay.
Just guess.
Definitely, it's going to be more than that.
Just guess.
12 million.
$65 million.
$65 million. Now, Henry.
And if our girls do not compete, normally we're the biggest.
Henry,
no doubt, but
Henry, that's what I'm saying.
In 10 years' time, when the gap is so down,
Henry,
what do we now say about
Henry,
that?
that is what I am saying as I'm seated here. You are comparing yourself with Morocco. Morocco spent $65 million on their female football, and you spend just $12 million on who?
On the whole football.
On the whole football. Henry, when it comes to economic standings, Morocco is way above Nigeria.
Nigeria has a larger GDP than Morocco.
Baba, when it comes to economic standings,
Morocco has
economic standings.
Nigeria has a GDP of about $350 billion.
Economic standings.
Morocco has a GDP of about $130 billion.
When it comes to economic standings, you can't compare yourself to Morocco. How much? What's the quality of your currency compared to I don't know what does Morocco use? I can't pick right now, but I know that Morocco, Tunisia, Egypt, as well as Algeria are way above us when it has to do with the quality of our currency. So now, Henry, you cannot start comparing yourself with these ones. Going back to those who sponsored our kits, Nike will the Dira, right? Nike will wholeheartedly sponsor the United States. Nike will wholeheartedly sponsor Jamaica. Nike will wholeheartedly sponsor the United
There's
Kingdom.
one Moroccan dirham to 165 naira.
Okay, so you can see it. You can see it. If somebody goes over the hundreds on you, are you comparing yourself to such a person? Now, Henry, wait, hold on. I'm coming back to that. Nike can wholeheartedly sponsor.
But it's not in naira. I said it's in dollars. This money they are talking about spending is in dollars.
Henry, no be your resources bring the dollars. No be your resources bring
our resource. The oil is being sold in dollars.
You will not go and collect.
The oil is not being sold in dollars.
Wait now. You will not go into United States coffers to go and remove their money and come and sponsor you. It's not your money. It's just that the dollar is what is generally accepted. So that is the reason why we are using it as a focal point. Yes. So now, Henry, I'm coming back to it. Nike will wholeheartedly sponsor the United States of America. They will wholeheartedly sponsor the United Kingdom. They will wholeheartedly sponsor Jamaica because they believe that they will make profit. Their name will go wider. But when it comes to Nigeria, they might want to set back. You are going to be going to them with the fact that we have done it before, and they will be telling you, Baba, you know data level again. Oh. And now this is our administrators led by Shehu Diko closing in a deal with High Racer because that is where our power is. And here we are shouting, how can High Racer sponsor Nigeria's kits? How can they sponsor our athletes to the World Athletics Championship? How can? My brother, that is your level. We sit here and we will say that it's as if money has rubbed somebody's hand. That's the reason why he decided to go for High Racer instead of going for a top-notch kit producer. No, that is what his bargaining power could bring for you. It is not about you looking up there. We must first tell ourselves that our athletics is no longer up there. When it has to do with every part of it, the quality, let me start from the quality we produce as athletes. Let me also talk about our process or structure in recouping, our structure in bringing athletes, churning out athletes to replace the older ones. What is our grassroots system? How is our grassroots system? Yes, I know you might point to the administrators. What are you doing to make sure that the grassroots system works? But how about you at the local end? What are you doing? We have local governments. What are they doing? The local government is supposed to have a sporting arm. What is going on? Before we point to Shehu Diko at the top of it all, what is going on down here?
Okay, the system is bad. But those at the top, are they not responsible for making sure the system starts working?
It's going to be very difficult if you down here don't also want to vibe on the same frequency with them, if you don't want to connect on the same frequency with them, because the highest you will do from there is to continue to pump money and it gets wasted. Most of these people up there don't know what happens on the grassroots. Definitely they want to hear from you what's happening at the grassroots before they can now decide to put a polishing touch to it. So I think we must, that's why I started by saying we must tell ourselves the truth. You that is down here, you must understand that you have to start doing some, even down to the parents. You must understand that sports is also a career path. Do you know how many athletes had their lights quenched because most of their surround cast said you must go and become what the family wants you to become, without looking at most likely what God has destined for such a person to be and what talent has also drafted for such a person to be. Many athletes have gone cold. They've gone into oblivion because of that. But I think it's a holistic view. We must stop looking at Shehu Diko, those at the National Sports Commission. We must stop looking at the fact that Nigeria is the biggest country in the world of athletics, because the truth of it is, how many laurels have you brought in from athletics? I read out to you right now what Ethiopia has got over the years, what Kenya has got. South Africa. Nigeria cannot be compared to South Africa when it has to do with laurels that has been brought in from Olympic. South Africa has 95 Olympic medals, as against the Nigeria with 27 Olympic medals.
Let's not forget the swimming and canoeing as well.
Nah, which one can concern you? Nobody there, their power day. That is where they have their strength. You, that you have your strength on the tracks, 100 meters. Why have you not been running with the speed of an F1 car? You still have Jamaica sit you down. You still have United States of America sit you down. These days now, even in Africa, Ivory Coast is sitting us down. South Africa is sitting us down. Botswana is sitting us down. Zimbabwe is not a South African. Is there anybody in 100 meters that can compare or compete with him? We're just shouting Kanyisola Ajayi, Kanyisola Ajayi. Put Zimbabwe and Kanyisola Ajayi on the track. Let's see. So what are we saying? We are just the biggest on the tracks from our mouths. We big. So we must understand that, see, we have lost it. We are not at that level. Then let us begin to walk to get back to that level where we want to be. That's the truth.
Well, it is one of those funny things as regards athletics or sports in Nigeria at this point in time. Funny enough, Jamaica and Botswana are countries of just over 2 million people. As of 2006, 2.5 times of Jamaica and Botswana is Rivers State's population. They are pulling the weight they are pulling on the global scene as regards athletics. Estimatedly, Rivers State has a population between 7 to 9 million people today. So, I mean, even 3 times of those countries, that's what Rivers State's population is. I'm using Rivers State as a point of reference because it is where we are now at this point in time. So, what are we not doing right in Nigeria? But quickly, before I head over to the phone lines, guys, let's look at some of the shining lights or some of the positive or hopes we can actually take from this World Athletics Championship. We have Alex Kabari here in the studio with us. Alex, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon to the colleagues in the studio.
Let's look at Kanyisola Ajayi. 100 meters, hit 9.88, went 9.93 in the semi-final and 10.00 or 00 as regards the final, 10 seconds as regards the finals. But I think that 9.88 has to be what actually caught the eye of people, because our national record is actually 9.85, and that man nearly just, was close to breaking it. Although you have to look at the fact that you look at the man who won the final, Oblique Seville did 9.77 in the final. But if he did do a 9.88 in the final, he would have gotten a bronze medal, because Noah Lyles did have 9.89. You're looking at that. Are we looking at Kanyisola Ajayi and saying that this is one for the future? This is a man that we can look at and say probably another medal, hopefully. He's just 21, like Ezekiel Nathaniel. We're probably looking at him and saying that with the performance we've seen, yes, it was disappointing in the final, but we can take some positives from his performance.
Yeah, I definitely think he's one of those Kanyisola that we could look at as one for the future. But in the midst of all things, what I like to try to point out, because there are a whole lot of negatives, so I like to at least dwell on the positives. And the positives of our World Athletic Championship, so they've been very little. It's been, would I say, a bit disappointing. Just medals from maybe the people you'd expect to get medals, and then that's about it. So it's something that, when you see a prospect, like, we probably did not expect him to make the final. Not only did he make the final, but in his in the semi-final heat, he also ran pretty well. So if you look into that, just like Ezekiel Nathaniel, I think Ezekiel Nathaniel too finished, was he 4th overall in the final?
Yeah, broke the national record.
Okay, yeah. So we did not expect much from them. but their performances can definitely give you something as some sort of hope for the future. You can look at it now and say, okay, going forward, how do we have to develop them and to see how they can increase, which is once you just enter those lines of conversations, the negative side of it is going to pop back up, because you're thinking how much is put into their development as athletes, and you know how much is being imputed into their game to be able to run better, to perform better on the tracks, and you're looking at it and it's barely there, you know. But they've shown that they have the ability to. All that you need to know is that, okay, for future purposes, you know, you have the Olympics, you have other world championships coming up, and you just know that these are people that can definitely fly the flag for the country. So the logical thing to do is to improve them, is to help them meet whatever time they are trying to step. Now, some people will look at Toby and say, okay, we definitely expect a medal from you. I think to some point, we even limit it to just the first two. We are like, if anybody will beat you, it should be just to the gold medal. That's about it. Those high hopes have been put on Toby because we know her capability, and it's something she has developed over the years. So when you look at these other track stars that look very promising, they look like, okay, they could do very good things in the future combined with their age. It just looks like something that you just have to pour a whole lot of personal development and growth into their track game and see how well they perform in other championships. Yes, he sets one of the record, okay, the second record time in Nigerian. I think that was 9.88, like you said. So if he did run that, he would probably have picked up a bronze, like you did say. So it's about consistency. I think, Henry, you spoke about Ezekiel Nathaniel, and when he won his heat in the semi-final, and you're like, okay, it's always like that, but most times when they get to the final, they don't do enough to maybe end up on the podium. And we spoke about it, and you did say, yeah, and I had to agree with that, because at the end of the day, some athletes do know how to just get past the qualifying round, get past the heat. They don't really care if they finish maybe the first overall, but they want to at least be a part of the qualifying set into the next round. And once that is done, then they really tune in, they dial in. So it's about their consistency. How do you begin to want to compete with the names we've seen, like the big names in on the track, and you want to be able to improve your track game, and you want to be able to run much better, you want to develop yourself. So these people, they need a whole lot of investments put into them. But when you look at it, like the behind the scenes, you're looking at, okay, how are they going to train, and what methods or trainees or coaches can we impute, or even just methods to help them not only run better, but to also stay consistent too. When you look at it, it doesn't look very, very promising. But we are just hoping that it's something that, you know, since we are pointing out the positives, we are hoping that it's something that we'll be able to achieve over time, with considering their age and the fact that they will always be able to adapt. They'll keep developing, and they'll get even better. But it's definitely a prospect for the future, Kayinsola Ajayi. I hope to see him, you know, in future tournaments and competitions too.
Asas, Ezekiel Nathaniel.
Ezekiel Nathaniel has always been there.
But it's like, is this his first year in the seniors? So it's more about being there. It's more about the NCAA for him.
Yeah, but he was at the Olympics.
Okay, yeah, he was at the he was still technically an NCAA athlete.
Then. But even if you want to look at that, I think if you're able to do it at the NCAA, you're as big as anything possible, because the NCAA can also offer qualification routes for you. Remember, that was where Favour actually did a sub 10 and was able to get his name in for the Olympic Games. Yes. Yeah. So I think we've got a lot of athletes that we can build on. Back to where we have our flaws, which is the administrative angle of things. I think what we should do at this point is come back home, enlist these athletes and project them for 2028, which is in Los Angeles, the Los Angeles Olympic Games in 2028. We've got a lot of good performers coming from the World Athletics Championship. You talked about Kayinsola Ajayi, yeah? We talked about Ezekiel Nathaniel. Yeah. There is also Israel Okun. Don't forget. There's Israel Okon. There's Rosemary Chukuma. Even if she didn't go beyond her
200. Samuel Ogazi is still there.
Samuel Ogazi was still there.
He just went back. He ran with a hamstring.
With a hamstring, yes.
Yeah.
So, but he's still there.
There's Christina Ochonogo.
She's still there. So
jump.
I think we enlist these athletes and now begin to place our searchlight on them. Keep a very
What about new athletes?
Eye. You can develop them. But you see these ones, keep your eyes on them. Even when they go back to their various locations where they are studying, keep your eyes on them. Have continuous updates on whatever is happening with them. Do that follow-up. That's what I was trying to say. We don't have the facilities to keep them from going out on scholarship. I told you, scholarships being offered to them is linked to or it can be likened to scholarship offered in education. Scholarship can be offered in any walk of life. As far as you separate yourself or perform exceptionally well, it can be offered to you. So it's a societal developmental stride. You understand what I'm saying? So it's not as if scholarships are offered to them to take them away from Nigeria. It's only when you don't do what is right, then you lose them the same way we lost Favour Ofili. Favour Ofili was under scholarship. I think that was in Texas. She was in Texas. She was always taking part in the NCAA. That was what blew her open. Yeah. So now we lost Favour Ofili because we did not do what was right. These athletes understand that it's a societal developmental stride by the offering of scholarships to them to go and study. It's not as if they are taking them away from what?
She was actually a certain student of a certain university here in Nigeria.
Yes, yeah. That's Favour Ofili, right?
Yes.
Okay, so but that's what I was talking about. We have universities that they take
but
part
the
in,
facilities is good enough.
The facilities are not good. Henry, we no go lie. The facilities no good, but we are at least providing. What I was trying to say is that when we now say there was nothing at all, no, there was something. There was actually something. It's just that it wasn't good enough, and for their quality, those outside said, "Come, let's help you develop it." So now it's on us. It's on the administrators. It's on us as a sporting nation to understand that these athletes still hold allegiance to us in Nigeria and would compete for us at all costs because they know that Nigeria brought them to the limelight. But when you push them away like Favour Ofili with wrong administration, with wrong ways of doing things, then you lose them. So now what I am saying is keep an eye on these ones. They are best hands in whichever event they want to take part in. Remember that 2028 is not far from now. It's barely 3 years from now. So drill these ones, create a structure for them in a way that Kanyisola could compete favorably, getting into the 100 meters finals at the Olympic Games. If you can have Kanyisola and Israel Okon, remember that Favour actually is still somewhere. I think this year or last year he was able to run. And that was last year. I think he was able to run the fastest time for a 60 meters race. I'm talking about Favour Ashi. Now, Favour Ashi is also part of it. If you have 3 contenders strongly in the finals of the 100 meters in Los Angeles in 2028, at least one person can get to the podium. It's not going to be like Paris 2024 where we went in and came out without anything. One person can get to the podium. If you have Rosemary Chukuma, by 2028, I don't think you should be expecting too much from Toby Amoson because age will definitely be counting. She might not be as
she will be 30. She'll be 31 by 2028.
So she won't be as athletic as she is right now. So these are things I expect them to start thinking about. Hey, rather than come back and clap and say Favour has given us a silver medal, by 2028, Favour is going to be in her 30s. She's going to be like Price. What's her name? The Jamaican. Shellan Fraser Price. Right. Now she's going to be like Price. Just going there to just be part of it. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now you saw what Jefferson Wooding did. Price in her A days would have given Wooding a run for her money. But you could see Wooding in the 200 meters. She was almost giving them a 50-meter gap, showing that she's just in a world of her own. So, but I think the best thing for our administrators right now is look at these ones that have gone there and shown you prospect. Hold on to them. Put your light on them. Follow them up. Then you can also create an avenue for others to grow and grow into it. But let us begin to follow these ones so that you will not hear towards 2027 that Kaisola has switched allegiance to Bahamas, or Israel Okun has switched allegiance to Spain or Canada. Because what is holding them, I know, is the availability. It's not there yet. If they come knocking, they will switch. So if we don't do what is right, you might even push them to switch to Cyprus.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. The phone line is open for you to call in and air your thoughts on Team Nigeria's performance at the World Athletics Championship over there in Tokyo. Yes, one medal, Toby Amuso Silva at the 100 meters hurdle, or 110 meters hurdle for women. Ezekiel Natanya finishing fourth as regards the men's 400 meters hurdle, and we also had Kayishala Ajayi being a finalist in the men's 100 meters. He clocked a time of 9.88 in his heat, semi-final 9.93, and in the final 10 seconds on the dot. So 0810-951-0951. You can also send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp hotline. That one is 0701 933-9962, 0701-933-9962. Guys, it's over in Azerbaijan. Max Verstappen takes that one. George Russell did finish second place, and we did have Carlos Sainz finishing in third. Now, let me run through the top three, the top 10 as regards the Azerbaijan Grand Prix over there in Baku. Max Verstappen first, like I did mention, George Russell in second, Carlos Sainz third, Kimi Antonelli fourth, Liam Lawson fifth, Yuki Tsunoda did finish sixth, Lando Norris seventh, Lewis Hamilton eighth, Charles Leclerc finished ninth, and Isaac Hajar actually finishing in 10th place. So that is it as regards the Azerbaijan Grand Prix over there in Baku. Also, I don't really think there's much to actually read into Max Verstappen's, will you say, back-to-back victories or Grand Prix victories, because it just feels like at the end of the day he's still far behind this, or let me not say that far.
How far
no,
behind?
maybe not that far, especially Norris, but Piastri still has a sizable gap about
needs the instances,
94.
The
about
instance
94.
that just happened today to Lando Norris and Oscar Piastri,
But
he needs that to work in his favor.
But he has about
today
6
now,
or 7 races left. Is that enough time?
No, I mean, you're just hoping against hope. Basically, we know that it's not logical, but you're hoping against hope. Now look at Oscar Piastri. He didn't finish in the top 10. I think he takes no points home. Lando,
He did not, and I'm not even sure he finished. He
did not finish. So he basically had no points from the Baku Grand Prix, while Lando Norris finished where? Seventh. That's how many points again? That's like maybe 2, maybe 3 there about.
I'll confirm how many points he got.
So where Max Verstappen picks up 25 points, his 2 contenders pick up a total of 3. That is basically you hoping against hope that, okay, let me try and repeat this again next week, and at least, not just finish well.
Can you bank that?
You're not just finishing well.
Can you bank that Piastri and Lando, Oscar and Lando will
We'll
not
always- yes.
have at least 4 or 5 podium finishes?
They are expected to, which is why I think that it is over. Logically, that title, that championship is over for Verstappen. It is between the McLaren drivers, but I'm sure that Verstappen, being the man that he is going to be thinking, if I start permutating and calculating, he's far off. Yes, he's far
Very,
off.
very
But
far off.
If 2 more instances like this happen, we saw this is I think Lando Norris, this is the second time in the space of like the last 3 races where he has had low or no points at all, did not finish, and then now about 3 points for finishing 7th. While Oscar Piastri, this is the very first time this season he has not finished on the podium. In fact, he did not finish the race at all. So it's not a usual occurrence. But you're definitely thinking, if Lando Norris has given this kind of performance, almost like I've just mentioned 2 times now in the last 3 races.
He finished 8th.
And now you're thinking, if that does happen, it's just like when we are talking about coming up against good sides. You're not just hoping that you can play them, but you're hoping they are also on their bad day. So Verstappen is looking at it and he's like, the McLaren drivers might have a bad race or two, and I might be able to capitalize. So in his head, he's telling himself it's not over. But for us, logically, knowing the McLaren drivers, we think it's over.
Okay, so constructor settled, drivers championship almost settled.
I think both are settled. Henry, both are settled.
So you're still sticking with Piastri. You're not seeing Norris doing anything.
No. Piastri on the drivers championship has 324 points, and that's almost 30 points ahead of Lando Norris, and almost 180 something points ahead of Max Verstappen. Max Verstappen is on 255. My brother, I don't know what you want to run for you to cover something above. That's about 55 plus 20. Call that 45 plus 24. That should be almost 70. I don't know how you want to cover 70 points within 8 races and expect your opponent not to get on. Just like what Alex said, for Max Verstappen to come anywhere close to winning the drivers' championship, Oscar and Lando needs to always not finish. Do not finish for the next 4 races before he will be able to get that close. And I think that will not happen because I think McLaren will be working tirelessly now to ensure that by the next race where they find themselves, that should be the Singapore Grand Prix. They would be finishing on the podium. I think it's a done and dusted season. McLaren are going to be doing the double. They will get the victory for the drivers' championship. They'll also get the victory. I think the victory for the constructor was just delayed. They would have sealed it this week if both had finished on the podium. Yes, but it's just been delayed. I think by the next race, both drivers should be on the podium. They should do a 1-2, and that 1-2 should get them the Constructors' Championship. For the Drivers' Championship, I think it's not going to be too long before we hear that Oscar Piastri will be declared as the winner of the Drivers' Championship. For Max Verstappen, I think it's a good way to still show that you've got it within your ranks. It's a good way to show that next season is going to be fire for fire. That's exactly what he's doing at this point. For Lewis Hamilton, I don't know what to tell Oga, whether he would have to look for another constructor, but it seems he's not working.
Another profession.
Maybe if you say so, but
After
I think
all, Jake Paul is now trying to be a professional boxer. So Hamilton should just go and be a model.
Okay, so but I think he needs to look beyond. I don't know why he's not fusing with the Ferrari setup. He has designed a DNA for himself in Ferrari there of recent, but it's still not working. It looked like it was going to work when that was I think a few weeks before the closure of the very first half of the season. They had to design his car to understand his, when I say DNA, his driving pattern. But but it's like it's still not working. He's just a mid-table driver at this point, and I think he needs to look at. I think next season is just the only season left for him, just like the only season left for Novak Djokovic. If you don't get it, forget about it.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. Phone line is open for you to call in and air your thoughts on what we've discussed. Nigeria's performance at the World Athletics Championship and also Formula One, the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Next up will be Singapore on 5th of October. So what is your take on these two topics we have discussed so far here on today's Sports Live? The SMS and WhatsApp portal is also there, 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962. Do well to call in and air your thoughts as we are getting ready to talk some football. Okay, 0810-951-0951 for the SMS and WhatsApp portal. That one is 0701-933-996. Now let's get to talk about some football. I know you guys are itching to talk about it. We'll be getting or talking about the Super Sunday clash later on today, but let's talk about things that did transpire yesterday. I'm tempted to start from the Premier League, but no, I think I'll start from the Spanish La Liga, Alex. Real Madrid. Alonso is just quietly just doing it. People are saying Alonso doesn't look convincing. Real Madrid doesn't look convincing, but 2-0, no big deal yesterday. 4 wins out of 4, 12 points, sitting pretty on top of the La Liga table.
Well, sorry that I have to draw Manchester City into this, but they have to understand that sometimes change is necessary. Madrid are a team that they like to dominate their opponents and win. We are not seeing much of that from them again. There's not much dominance. I watched their game versus Marseille. It was a bit 50-50-ish until the red card incident, which Marseille completely took over after then. But what I'm just trying to say is sometimes you need to realize you are not always going to keep possession. City managed to beat United without keeping possession that much. Even against Napoli before the red card, they did not have much of the ball too. So you need to understand that some things will definitely change when you're trying to pick results. I think some people are more focused on picking results. And saying that about Xabi Alonso, I don't think that Madrid side is there to play the flashy kind of football. He has tried to cut down on those excesses, and we are seeing the people he's starting. We are seeing the hard workers in the side. Mastantuono has about 5 starts this season. So does Ada Gule. Vinicius Jr. only has about 3. What does that tell you about what Xabi Alonso is trying to do with that team? He's trying to cut down the excesses. He's just there for the ruthless finishing and the picking of points. We've seen them win 2 games now this season. We red card. If that does not tell you that Xabi knows what he's up to, then what else does? 100% start to the season. I mean, the Madrid side, they don't have to look convincing. They don't have to play the tiki-taka dominance that Barcelona is currently showing, or maybe I would put a stretch and maybe say other teams in around Europe too. So he has what it takes to get that Madrid squad to pick results. At this time last season, after the conclusion of, I think, is it 5 or 6 games, Madrid had drawn at least 2.
Yeah, they've won 5 out of 5 now.
They've won 5 out of 5, and they've also won their opener in the Champions League. So that's 100% so far this season. And by this time, the start of the season, they went 1-up on Mallorca and ended up drawing the game. That was under Carlo Ancelotti. We are looking at this Madrid side. Do they look like a team that is going to go 1-up and then lose the lead? They don't look that shaky. We can say, okay, as much as
he has not played the first Clásico.
It's a Clásico.
Managers in Madrid are determined how strong you are. It's determined when you play the Clásico.
No, it's not about
Clásico. Is only about, it's just 2 games out of 38 games in the league.
That's what determines.
I know it's a big game, and it has cost some Madrid managers their job. Ben Schuster being one of them.
Mm-hmm.
After we all remember his comment, but I mean, if you're Perez, will you probably take losing, or would you probably take at this point in time losing both your Clásicos and winning the La Liga, and probably even winning the Champions League? Now winning both your Clásicos and
you can drop, Osas, you can drop 6 points to Barcelona and win the league. And drop. Let me say you drop 6 points versus Barcelona, and go ahead to drop 6 points versus every other. How many? If you take out Barcelona, you're playing 18 other teams. So that's about 36 other matches.
19 other teams.
Apart from Barca.
Okay, apart from Barca. 18 other teams.
The 18 other teams, and about 36 other matches apart from Barcelona. You'd play those ones and you drop only 6 points. You'd win the league.
How sure are you? I know that the league in the Spanish La Liga is determined basically by what happens in the El Clásico. Even if it doesn't determine who wins the league, it also determines how strong a manager is.
Okay, let's paint this scenario now. Before Barca last season, Barca beat Madrid over 2 legs. But let's even remove the 2 legs Barca beat Madrid. Okay, let's look at before the last one. Barca had about a healthy, is it 5 or 7 point lead, if memory serves me correctly, before winning that El Clásico. That was the 5-3.
4-3.
Or was it
4-3?
4-3. Yeah, okay, Fermin's goal was actually the Salah, yeah. So the 4-3. So, I mean, does it really matter to them? Even if Barcelona had lost that game, yes, you could have made it a frantic finish, but Barca would have still been able to get across the line. So does it really? I know it's more about bragging rights. It's not about you don't want to lose to your biggest rivals. But does it really matter in the grand context or scheme of things if at the end of the day you still end up winning the La Liga?
As if you lose the El Clasico?
Yes.
I don't know, but there's how things are done in Spain. There's how the thoughts go over there. When you don't win the El Clasico, even if you win the league, you look like a half-baked winner of the league. The El Clasico completes that bragging right. At least, even if you win the league, I'm talking about Xabi Alonso these days, but you should be able to boast of winning 50%.
So
of
which
the El
one? Which one do you think the Real Madrid fans want more, to beat Barcelona or to win the La Liga?
I think the Real Madrid fans would want
to beat Barcelona and drop the La Liga. You're very sure of that?
I think okay. I'm not speaking as a Real Madrid fan. I'm speaking as someone looking at Real Madrid fans from where I'm sitting now. Yes, I think a Real Madrid fan would experience more joy saying he won 100% of all the
Trust me,
Clásicos.
for as the fan of any club, let's paint United. I'd rather lose to City over 2 legs in the season and win the league.
And win the Premier League.
That's the United.
I know bragging rights. It will hurt. It will pain. Definitely watching that match. But especially when you lose both matches. But at the end of the day, you look at City. You beat me twice, yeah. But
I was about to say that. That's always the first argument. Arsenal were like, hey, we beat you. The first thing we just ask you carry league, and that settles it. That is the biggest bragging right.
Okay, let me rephrase it this way now. I think another Real Madrid fan would prefer to win the UEFA Champions League, lose the La Liga, and win both legs of the El Clasico, most especially in the league, than win the league, win the Champions League, and lose both legs of the El Clasico. The El Clasico is more or less like a trophy on its own. There's that bragging right. Last season, I think Barcelona were not too concerned with winning the La Liga as much as they were concerned with making a 100% over Real Madrid in all El Clásicos. That one is a trophy on its own right there. So I think there's that bragging right that goes with it. And this is Xavi Alonso. I think it will not do well for his first season as Real Madrid manager if he was to lose both legs of the El Clasico.
Okay, so as Barca fans right now, what would they take to do what they did versus Real Madrid, or to win the Champions League?
I don't know, but I think they want to win the Champions League.
Well,
Yeah.
I want to put it to you that 36 teams came to play in the group stage of the Champions League, and the only team that wrote the mission is Budapest 2026
was Barcelona.
Their aim is so clear. They have mapped it out. It is so obvious. It is just like City. We saw a clip of their dressing room early into the 2022/2023 season.
It was about the Champions League.
Was about the Champions League. It was so clear. It was on the. Everybody started. They were like, "Don't worry, this picture is documented for when they lose or when they are crashed out of the Champions League," which they ended up winning that season. And then even that was the treble season too. Then the next season after that, no one has won 4 Premier League titles in a row yet. That one was pictured and put all over social media as, this is what we used to drag them when they don't win the Premier League this season. So it is so obvious, and it makes it more difficult because there's pressure. You've put pressure on yourself now. You're telling yourself Budapest 2026 is the goal on their kickoff before Newcastle on Thursday. So it is so clear that this is what Barca wants to win this season. They'll lose to Real Madrid, they don't mind. Lose the La Liga, they don't mind. If they bring that Champions League home, they are very happy because it's been a long time coming, and this just piles more pressure on them. So this is why I think that Real Madrid can take advantage and win the La Liga, which is what they need most right now. Which is why they are showing it in the systematic way they are winning games right now. They don't have to stress. They don't have to look at Eder Militao, who has a right to be shooting from where he shot from yesterday. Look at that screamer, an early contender for the Puskas Award already. Kylian doing the same thing. And as much as we can argue that, okay, penalties, there is an issue of penalties with Real Madrid almost now and then. But then I watched Bayern Munich play yesterday to Hoffenheim, and I was like, I can bet you on anything Harry Kane will score a penalty today. He scored 2. Why do these teams continually get penalties? They are in and around the box. Their presence, their attacking presence is felt. It's like Sterling at City. He was a penalty magnet. he will draw. He's still the most fouled player in the box now, most penalties won in the Premier League history. So these players, they just have those presence in the box. They have, and they will keep doing what they are doing. Why people say, oh, they've not looked dominant. Mbappe scored only 2 penalties, but Madrid will keep picking up the points. So in the long run, I think Barcelona have to step up. An away game at Rayo Vallecano was the only place Barca has dropped points. But they've looked shaky.
Vallecas is not
an easy ground.
Yeah, it's not an easy ground to go to play. But they've also looked shaky. I don't think Real Madrid plays. I don't think Real Madrid plays a 3-2 win over Levante. I don't think this Real Madrid wins Levante 3-2 coming from 2 goals down. I don't think that happens with Real Madrid. I don't know if you understand what I'm trying to point out. They are going about
kills off the game immediately.
They'll try to do it even quicker. This is not the Madrid of last season.
We've seen games of recent where, okay, fine, if you say this is not the Madrid of last season, we've seen games of recent last season with Real Madrid where they lose it even at the end of it all.
But it's a different manager.
It's a different manager. It's a different team. You're looking at a whole new structure to them. The Madrid side that I watched yesterday not just yesterday, in frequent matches, use Carvajal when it's necessary, use Trent when they want to attack. They have Carreras that boy can run and cover them. They also have an energetic Fran Garcia that's supposed to run for him too. They have another Garcia that also deputizes forward. He started yesterday, and I was like, Gonzalo Garcia. I see why he starts. Gonzalo Garcia. I see why he starts. I see why Mastantuono starts on the wing. Sometimes Vini is being dropped for Rodrigo. The only person I've barely seen flashes of are Hendrick. I don't know if he's played at all this season. Adegule has his role. Kamavinga has just been reintegrated. Bellingham is fit again. So they are looking like a side that, okay, Valverde is always going to be a mainstay. They have rotation now across centre backs that allows them to rest. Dean Hodgson picked up a red card last match and they did not feel it at all. Eder Militao and I think it was Asensio. He did not even have to start Rudiger. So you're looking at that team now with a team
Rudiger
that
is currently injured.
Okay, he's injured too. So you're looking at that team. I think it was only Alaba on the bench.
When injuries begin to come in, just like Trent, that's when you look at
the teams Xabi is trying to build. Everybody has their certain rules. When you need this kind of player, call on this person. It's almost same thing that Liverpool have shown so far this season. Okay, we need more skill on the wings. They throw in Rio. We need a better finisher or presence in the box. They throw in Chiesa. We need more crosses from the wing. They throw in Frimpong. It's those kind of scenarios, you need those players ultimately. How many people can you call right now from the Barca? Because I think Barca's transfer window was very poor. So how many people would you call from the Barca's bench that you say, I trust them to heavily impact this game from different positions? Balde is out and is already looking like Barca are somewhat sick a little bit. So if Koundé goes out now, so you also have to struggle now because Garcia will go from filling in as your centre back to coming to right back where he played. So it's just those small, those minor details that is going to determine who wins it. And I mean, start the way you want to finish, and Real Madrid have definitely done so.
So Xabi Alonso, what would you say has been the difference quickly from Xabi Alonso's imprint to what we saw last season, and even from the Club World Cup? We watched Madrid in the Club World Cup. What would you say has actually been the difference for Alonso with this side?
I'll start by saying it's the way Xabi wants to play. He imputed a 3-5-2 system that I think is currently still being used at Leverkusen, with Grimaldo and Frimpong as wing backs, Tapsoba, Hincapié as his 3 centre backs. He impacted that, and if you watch Real Madrid positional average, like where they are across games, Tchouaméni tends to drop to make it almost a back three.
Like a third centre back.
And it just helps them. Carreras here, Trent here, or maybe Carvajal. It just depends on how he wants to play at that time. Okay, we are losing. I don't know if they've trailed at all this season, but let me give an instance. They are losing.
Just against Marseille.
Okay, just against Marseille. They are losing. We are losing right now, and everybody is fit. Trent, you're off. Carvajal, you're off. Trent, you're in. The whole system has changed. That was something that Ancelotti, he did not have the kind of players. I think Madrid brought in about 5 or 6 players this transfer window. He did not have the players to pull off those kind of tactical changes. And I also think that maybe Ancelotti was a little out of his bang in terms of ideas, how to use those players to get results. I still think, though, that Real Madrid are going to suffer in big games. I still think I don't really see Real Madrid maybe beating this Barcelona. I still don't see it as long as both sides are fully fit. But what I do think is that they will pick the points where they have to pick them, the very necessary points. They will win the games where you expect them to win. But I think their main problem or their main issues will be in the against the big clubs. I think when they do come up they have a couple of good Champions League clashes. I think I can't remember exactly their line of games in the next 7
Liverpool
or so.
is in that line.
They do have Liverpool. I think they have City too. Yes, they have Manchester. They have Manchester City. I think it's at the Bernabeu again. So in those line of games against those big teams who will know how to play Real Madrid, I think they'll suffer a bit. You will either not see a very good performance, or you see a very scrappy one where they'll manage to scrap out a draw or a win. Like Liverpool beat Atletico Madrid 3-2 in their Champions League opener, but we can't call that a scrappy performance. It was well dominated up until Atletico Madrid. They just have this funny way of playing football. They will play very bad and still get a goal. And in this instance, they got 2 goals, and Liverpool were just like, okay, we throw away a 2-goal lead. Let's go back and get it done again with about 7 minutes left to play. So it's just the way they play. And I think when Xabi comes up against these big teams, like he showed in the Club World Cup, let's say maybe he didn't have enough time, but in the Club World Cup versus PSG, there were too many issues that team could not answer to the 4-0 loss to PSG. So I think if they do come up against an Arsenal, a PSG, a Bayern Munich, a Liverpool, they will suffer.
Well, they will be playing Juve, they will be playing Liverpool in the league phase of the Champions League. So I don't think Olympiacos are much of a threat
problem
for Real Madrid. And I think Manchester City is also there. Those will be their 3 biggest oppositions. Well, they've also gone behind against Mallorca. That was the second game of the season. Yeah, they played Benfica.
They are not that.
Their next game is
Monaco lost 4-1 to Club Brugge.
No, it's Kairat Almaty. Kairat Almaty over there in Armenia.
Yeah. Okay. Then after that, they'll play Juventus, they'll play Liverpool, they'll play Olympiacos, then they'll play Manchester City, they'll play Monaco, and finally they'll play Benfica.
What I can say about Xabi Alonso, watch out for all those names you called now. The big teams among them, the teams you know that can give Madrid an end-to-end game, not Espanyol. That they won yesterday almost comfortably. Barcelona, when they get to when is the first El Clasico? Exactly. When they get to that point.
I think in 2 weeks' time, Madrid should be up against Atletico Madrid.
Okay, that is the very first one where you'd have your eyes on.
Wanda Metropolitano. They will go there to slug it all out.
That is the first one you have your eyes on, because Xabi is going to. He's basically doing what Alex Ferguson said when he said, you can always take the 3. There was a season Manchester United picked only 5 points against their top 4 rivals, and every other person, Charlton, Sunderland, Wigan, they were collecting their 3 points from the rest of them. So he's going to do that. But you would see that Real Madrid team suffer in the big games, and their fans may not like it, but they should also get used to it.
Okay, so yes, that is it for Real Madrid. Well, apologies, Kairat Almaty is actually Kazakhstan. I was mixing up with another Armenian team. So it is in Kazakhstan. The distance from Madrid to Kazakhstan is actually closer from Madrid to the United States than from Madrid to Kazakhstan. So that's the journey Real Madrid are about to make ahead of the Champions League. That will be after next weekend's round of games as regards the Spanish La Liga. But from there, let's head over to the English Premier League, and let's start off with Liverpool yesterday. A lot of people are saying Slot has a conundrum that every manager would love to have. You put Ekitike on, he scores. We know when Isak is fully fit, what he tends to bring. But Liverpool yesterday, winning Everton in the Merseyside derby, a game of 2 different halves, dominant in the first half. Second half, Everton came pressing and pushing, trying to get the goal, but Liverpool were able to see out the game. They scored 2, and they didn't concede 2 like what we saw against Bournemouth, against Newcastle, against Atletico Madrid, and they were able to see out this one. But Benjamin and the Slot and his boys on top, 15 points. They are sitting pretty unhappy and hoping maybe City and Arsenal just draw today and it becomes 5 points, or maybe City wins at the 6 points, because it doesn't feel like Tottenham or even potentially Bournemouth are actually any threats to Liverpool's title chances.
Well, Liverpool, congratulations to them. 15 points on 5 points. They might actually go 5 points ahead of the game, ahead of their other contenders, depending on what happens today in the game between Bournemouth and then the game between Bournemouth, Newcastle, and then Arsenal against Manchester City. For Onslaught, well, this season, lots of I could recall fans of opposite teams saying, even the pundits, Sky Sports pundits, were actually saying that this might not always work for Liverpool. You might get to a time, if they keep wanting to win it late, might get to a time where they get to play a game that's similar to that of Burnley, where the opponent wouldn't open up and that lucky penalty wouldn't come. But they found a way of actually getting this one early enough. 2 goals first half, 2 quick goals first half, and Ekitike doing, the man has scored 4 goals this season for Liverpool, and it's quite a very good one for an attacker that is coming into the season. I could remember when I see Ekitike, I remember the Salah one season wonder, when some fans get to call him one season wonder, and here is the man doing it for 9-10 years. But again, for Onslaught, like I said in my opening speech, he has won the first Premier League in his first season. Many people say they don't know what to expect from him. Possibly that was why he won the first Premier League season. Others were of the opinion that this man won the Premier League with a team that is not his team. So let him come and get his own players. And the man has gotten his own players. He's sitting comfortably on the top of the Premier League. 15 points from 5 games, 100% into all competitions. On Wednesday, he gets to play against Southampton, and he has said that the big players are not going to be taking part, in that one. But I think, like today, Pascal was saying when I was coming to the office, Pascal said Arsenal will be the most closest in terms of contending with Liverpool, but he sees Liverpool winning the Premier League. Well, for me, I think Liverpool can go all the way to get the job done if they get to continue this way and then win their first. If they get to pick up points just like they did last season, then when the injuries start coming in, when the form start going, by then the other teams, they are way ahead of the other teams. They can be scrambling out results until they get the job done. For Onslaught, I think the man has a way of doing his thing. He has a way of pushing his boys. Even at the dying minute, he believes that they are going to win it. Congratulations to them winning against their Merseyside derby rivals, Everton.
Alex, people are like, they're leaving it late. I know they didn't leave it late, but it was sort of a nervy finish to the Everton game. So eventually they are bound to crack. But some are also of the opinion you're leaving it late, but it's because of the fact that they are calm, they are patient, and they relentlessly keep on doing what they are doing steadily and still keep on going at it. Burnley literally had no intention of attacking. They had an XG of 0.00. Burnley had no intention of attacking. And Liverpool held the ball and probed 500 seconds more than any other team in the Premier League this season against Burnley. The closest was about that was Burnley against Sunderland. Burnley probed for about 400 seconds. Liverpool probed for about 900 seconds. So that shows you how much they were actually probing at Burnley. Bournemouth created, let it sleep, but once they started going for it again, they got the victory. Same with Newcastle. Saw how it happened against Arsenal. Like I did mention Burnley, and we all saw them see it out yesterday. But they are now also looking at the squad. Vitz hasn't entered his mojo. He doesn't look like the Florian Vitz we saw in Bayer Leverkusen yet. You get Ekitike has started well, but Isak is just coming in and still trying to find full fitness. Mohamed Salah hasn't really picked yet. Cody Gakpo hasn't really picked. McAllister hasn't really picked. He's been in and out because of injuries so far. Gravenberch looks like the only person on regular, and Van Dijk looks like the only regulars that have sort of, in a way, still been steady, and maybe Konate to some extent. Kerkez, 1 bad game, 2 good games. He hasn't really been stable yet. Yeah. And just still able to get the results. So there's also that thought that once this side is now settled and calm and everything is now working well, that nobody can probably come close to them. That it's actually a frightening prospect waiting to happen.
I think there are a lot of things to consider when you're looking at Liverpool and the way Slot wants them to play. I do think that Liverpool are going to have defensive issues all season. I may be wrong, but I think they are going to. I think those defensive issues is going to boil down to who plays down the middle for them and how much of the ball Liverpool want to have against those opponents that constantly will try to hit you on the counter. So we saw Bournemouth in transition against Liverpool. Semenyo's brace did not come from the wing. It was down the middle. We're looking at, when you look at that Liverpool side, you just know that you have a little bit of solidity when you pair Gravenberch and McAllister. Even though both of them, if not at least one, both tend to even explore and go further. But there's a little bit of solidity there. Now, when you start Gravenberch, Szoboszlai, or maybe Curtis Jones and Sept on top. So it's all going to boil down to how he wants to play. He has his options. You know that
don't you think risk it against the smaller teams, then against the bigger teams you try to be sure, you try to short things up.
I mean, it's the logical thing. You've just said it. If I were a coach, that's exactly what I'll do. I'll tell you, okay, I know teams that will try to play us down the middle. I'll put my solid midfielders that I know that, okay, they deal with pressure. Gravenberch and Maka, they handle pressure very well and they won't let those easy balls slip. Now they are also they have this understanding, so they tend to be very good when they play next to each other. He also knows how to, in games that are potentially difficult, maybe just bringing Endo to stabilize things a little bit in the middle. Although I think we tend to forget that Endo is a Liverpool player sometimes. When you have vets thrown into that solution, you have both your right backs fit, which means Szoboszlai does not have to deputize there again. He's going back to his original position. You are now thinking of, and still Curtis Jones. I don't want to come for him, but I don't know why he's still a Liverpool player precisely. And still Curtis Jones, obviously, Slot tends to like him, so he still throws him into the mix in some games. You're bound to have problems down the middle with team selection. Those problems, when they are not properly ironed out, you're still also going to have problems.
Is it not the sort of problems a manager would love to have? Like, you have options at your disposal.
I know, but you know, with almost everybody, they have their, would I say, strengths and weaknesses. There's a way you pair those strengths against weaknesses that guarantees success. If I start with that midfield that I just spoke about, that I said are going to want to venture forward and leave a lot of gaps in the middle, Antoine Semenyo is a winger. He's the one I can genuinely point out. Even the Llorente goals were from the middle too. They were not from a wing player. When you have problems down the middle, one, I would want to start a more defensive-minded fullbacks. I'll start Bradley ahead of Jeremy Frimpong. Bradley, we know Bradley for dealing with wingers, fast-paced wingers and tackles, and Bradley is that guy. He wants. We saw him against Everton. Permit me to say, he wanted the smoke. Look at when him and Grealish, he came down, he stood up to him. He does. He's that kind of player. He's that kind of player. He's aggressive. Bradley has grown into that confident, aggressive. The commentators were just loving the Bradley spirit, the energy he was bringing in when Tottenham started to grow into the Everton started to grow into the game. So you need that kind of player on your wing back. You do not need Frimpong at that point, who I spoke about Frimpong at the start of the season and said he has a higher positional average than Mohamed Salah on the wing. Where Mohamed Salah was seen in graphs on the wing, Frimpong was higher than that. But that was because of the wing back
requirements in Bayer Leverkusen.
I was coming to that. That's because of where they are required to play. You know, Grimaldo and Frimpong, they are not required to do much of the defensive work because of the three centre backs right behind them. So for someone who knows how to stay forward the whole, I think Frimpong has like 2 assists already for Liverpool. So for someone who knows how to go forward and can probably fill in that Trent role, he's not bad at defending too. You can't say Frimpong is bad at defending, but maybe you'd say I'd want someone more solid tracking back, and Bradley offers you that very clearly. The battle now is on the other position. Who do you precisely start between Kekej and Robertson? Because Slot has not made his mind up. Robertson has come in and shown that, okay, I can still offer you guys something, a variety, a different thing than what you're used to with Kekej. So what profile of games are you starting, and how are you going to pair your, should I say, defensively weak players with your attacking players alongside another defensively strong players too? So you need to understand that, okay, against Burnley, you're going to go all out. You don't expect, even when Burnley had the ball, chances on counter. I saw, what's that his name? The Burnley's winger Anthony and Foster. They were 2-on-1 with Konate, Anthony turned back and passed the ball. They wanted to keep possession. It was like, Walker, take. Oh yeah, let's knock ball again. Burnley had no intention of scoring. They just wanted 1 point. To take 1 point versus Liverpool, stop them from scoring. In case you can't score, just stop them from scoring. Which ultimately they failed to do. So in those kind of instances, throw all in, go all in with your midfielders, people you expect to attack. But against, who do I call that can pose a threat in transition? Tottenham, Bournemouth, Brighton, Newcastle, Brighton. Those kind of teams, they have the players. Even if they don't have, okay, I can say Arsenal, City definitely have the quality of players to punish you in transition. Even Chelsea, I might throw Chelsea in there. But these other players have the system. These other teams have the system to punish you in transition, even if they don't have the players required. They just have the kind of system that we already know that Mitoma has space on the wings, Yankuba Minte has space on the wings. Add in their fullbacks, Kadioglu and Maxim de Koipa. And the next thing you know, as soon as you lose possession, Brighton has scored Liverpool like in every game for the last 4 seasons. It definitely proves something. They've scored City in almost every game. I think barring just one game 2 seasons ago, the 4-0 win at the Amex. They are barring just that. They show that they can cause problems. If you go and look at their records versus Manchester United, apart from last season they did the double, it's not that impressive. They don't score too many goals versus United, surprisingly. But when they meet Liverpool, they know that yes, in transition, I'll punish you. City, in transition, I'll punish you. So when you meet those kind of teams, there's a different approach you have to take to make sure that I can go forward and score goals. And I can still be able to cover myself defensively. Look at the game last season, still Brighton Liverpool, after Liverpool had won the league. Yes, we want to excuse it and say Liverpool had won the league, but there are still a lot of notes to take from that game. I think Harvey Elliott scored, and was it Mohamed Salah with the second
Dominic
one?
Szoboszlai.
Dominic Szoboszlai and Harvey Elliott, right?
Yeah.
So there were 2 goals up, and the whole episode of transition started happening again. And I don't want to use that game as a notable example because I believe Liverpool would put more effort if points were on the line. But going 2 goals up and then coming back to lose that game, it just shows you the kind of team Brighton are in transition to. So when you look at those kind of teams, you pair them up against a side that is, you don't have to start Jones, you don't have to start Vets and Szoboszlai, and then now risk, or let's say sacrifice one of your attackers for another midfielder that could cover them. You have to think, okay, I want to be able to control this middle, but at the same time, I want to be defensively strong so that I know that my players can cover me where this midfield is not. Which is where you're not thinking of integrating Bradley properly into that Liverpool side. Kekesh, Robertson, find the balance between both of them. Right now, he's swinging. I'll say he's in the balance because Kekesh will start, Robertson will come on. Robertson will start, Kekesh will come on. So when you look at that Liverpool side, he needs to find a balance. Slot needs to find a balance, which is why I said I think they will have defensive issues all season. But in the long run, barring injuries and every other thing, I think definitely Liverpool will be one to contend with. And maybe I'll just throw Arsenal in there. So they still have maybe 1 or 2 problems to iron out or to address. But ultimately, at the end of the campaign or of the season, I still think that, they are still favourites, or they are still number 1 in almost everything. And these issues that we are talking about are not enough to stop them from advancing for another Premier League title.
Okay, and let's head over to what happened yesterday at Old Trafford. Yes, Robert Sanchez red card in the 5th minute of the game. Bruno Fernandes and Casemiro goes for Manchester United. Then Trevor Chalobah goal for Chelsea. Made sure it ended in a 2-1 victory for Manchester United in that game yesterday at Old Trafford. Let's not forget Casemiro also got a second yellow card and was sent off just before half time. But Osas, we were here in the studio and in the office yesterday watching, and a lot of people and a lot of us were of the thought that Enzo Maresca panicked after that red card. Do you still feel that same way after reflecting on that game and what transpired yesterday evening?
Henry, I think you're quite correct if you say he did panic, and it showed the quality of manager Enzo Maresca is. I think if I were to be the one, I won't fault him bringing in Philip Johansson to replace.
After your goalkeeper got sent off, you have to bring in a goalkeeper.
Yes, you have to bring in a goalkeeper. Yeah, so I won't fault him doing that. But the fact that he followed suit with that substitution almost immediately, taking out William Extavour. And who did he?
He took off.
He took out Copa. He took out
Pedro
first of all
Neto
Pedro Neto
for Tosin.
Tosin.
William Esteval was replaced by Philip Jorgensen, the goalkeeper. Then
yes.
The
then
same moment he took out Pedro Neto for Tosin Adarabioyo.
Was it Tosin? No, that was Gusto. Was that Gusto?
No. Gusto came on later. That was Tosin in the first half.
Okay, was that? No, I think that was
Tosin.
Gusto.
Gusto replaced Kukureya in the second half.
All right, so now that's I think was too quick by Enzo Maresca. What he should have done was replace the goalkeeper, then look at the game and see.
For Kopama.
Yeah, Santos came on for Kopama because Kopama reportedly picked up a knock.
Okay.
So
the man wasn't even fully fit coming into that game.
Okay, so I think he should have looked at how the chemistry of things will play out before making that change, because you could see it clearly in the second half. What he did was just clip the wings of Chelsea, and I thought it was too early for you to switch from being adventurous, being inventive, to becoming a sit and watch and see what will happen, because that's exactly what he did to that team, taking out one of the attacking prospects, which is Pedro Neto. I understand taking out William Esteval, that should have been the person to be sacrificed to bring in the incoming Philip Jorgensen as a goalkeeper. Yeah, Esteval pretty new and would definitely have much of a pressure on him at that point. But I think taking out a man like Pedro Neto was not needed at all. While we were watching the game yesterday, I asked you a question. I asked Henry, why is he taking out Kopama? That was when you now said Kopama had a knock. Yes, but if you take out Kopama, what do you bring into that midfield to bring about stability? At some point, so many persons called for the former Manchester United man, that is Alejandro Garnacho, to have brought in some sort of pace, some sort of drive into that Chelsea wing, and that would have been very, very important, because you could see Chelsea had it step up in the second half, and that was what led to the goal that came in from Trevor Chalobah. And if maybe someone was there to assist in those wing play, because Manchester United were not at their best. Yes, they did win that game, but they were not at their best. You could see it clearly. They were there for the taking. If only the right switches when it has to do with tactics was done by Enzo Maresca, I think he would have come back into that game and if possibly win that particular encounter. The win yesterday would just serve as a decoy, maybe serve as a mirage, because Manchester United might feel that they are back. But I think a decent Fulham would have gotten a victory from there. A decent Bournemouth would have gotten a victory from there. They were not as prolific as maybe you would look at it and say these are the ones that beat Chelsea. So I think that game was lost due to Enzo Maresca's frailty, or would I call that jittering, when it has to do with making changes. He did not act like a manager who has been through the ticks and the things. He acted like, I'll call that a schoolboy error. He acted like someone who was not well cooked, or was just maybe too not mature for that particular job. So I think that's it. I give a whole lot of that loss yesterday to the wrong changes, wrong switches made by Enzo Maresca.
Now, Benjamin, coming over to you now, it sort of, some will want to say, raise questions about Chelsea's potential title contention, because the fact they won the Club World Cup made a lot of Chelsea fans and a lot of people to actually believe that Chelsea will be in and around for contention. But now we're talking about 8 points from the first 5 games. It's still a long way to go at this point in time. But not just the 8 points for the first 5 games, but the fact Maresca handled the situation the way he did last season. We all remember certain games, Pep has a record. He still finds a way to see out the game and get victories. Slot had a record against Fulham last season in December. I remember very clearly. Andrew Robertson was the one that got sent off. I wasn't around that period in December, and I was watching that game, and Robertson got sent off. But Liverpool played out a 12 draw in that game, if memory serves me right, even from a losing position, and could have actually gone on to win that game. But we see Maresca facing a similar situation, and the man panicked. Is it about the squad not having the potential to actually do it, or it's more like Maresca just maybe isn't that right man? He's more like a forebearer. He's like a John the Baptist. Let me do the work for someone else to come and actually finish up or take this Chelsea side to the promised land as regards winning mainstream trophies.
Well, I think the man panicked. That's it. But situations like that, you look at the caliber of clubs that the man is actually playing against.
Aston Villa has finally scored. Hallelujah.
No, the Premier League they actually scored
in the Carabao
in the Carabao Cup. Javier Elliott actually scored their first goal
but in the Premier League,
but in the Premier League, yes, this is their first game of the season, first goal of the season rather. So for Enzo Maresca, I think there's this parable Igbo people used to say, in time of sudden, that's when they know a man. Enzo Maresca dealt with that situation so badly, and you sometimes you look at it and you question his ability to manage a team like Chelsea. But the man has justified those claims in winning the Club World Cup, Conference League. But I feel that it's going to be a torrid time for the man. Testing him. These are the kind of games that will test you. But for Manchester United, I think it's just if they were playing a decent team, that team could have still beaten Manchester United or at least got something away from it. Chelsea, after that red card against on Casemiro, they actually came into the game, started building. For Enzo Maresca, I was watching that game and I was screaming, why do you have to take away Pedro Neto? That man is energetic. He can go front and come back and assist in defending. So why do you take him away? Okay, you're taking him off. You're not even bringing a like-for-like player. Let's say, what's his name? The former Manchester United guy, Garnacho. You're still. I wonder why most coaches do this primary school error. But I think it is what it is. I wouldn't question the man's ability to coach Chelsea. It's something that could happen. But in terms of panicking, these are coaches of this kind of caliber are not supposed to be panicking. There are some coaches that even with the red card, like you rightly mentioned, they'll go on and win that game. It is Manchester United, for God's sake. It's not as though you're playing a very technical side, but it is what it is. He didn't get anything from the game. I think maybe he's going to be a learning curve for the man going forward.
And Alex, over to you for Ruben Amorim. A much needed result, much needed win, but a lot of people also still questioned how they still went about things even with a man up. They didn't see enough from United to convince them that there is more to this United. But a lot of people also gave him kudos for how he also managed the second half, especially after Casemiro made sure it was level, it was even going into that second half. A lot of people still also gave him kudos as well. So, I mean, for Ruben Amorim, are you sort of one that might want to believe or is believing that maybe that result could actually be a turning point? And were you satisfied with what you saw from his management of that game?
The 3 points yesterday were how do I say it? They were definitely necessary. It just had to come. It didn't matter who the opponent was, but it had to come. The 3 points. So I had seen reports earlier this week about I think he had like 5 games. They said he was given 5 games to try and rescue himself out of the situation, even if not to rescue himself, to at least prove or to show something that shows that he could still be there, he could still help this Manchester United side compete, or his squad can still compete or fight at least in the competitions that they are still in. So the pressure would definitely have been on Ruben Amorim, barring the victory he got yesterday. I think it is just the start of something where I did say this, where I said at some point your results just have to be the only thing on your mind. They picked 3 points against Burnley. They did not look convincing, but the Man U fans went on and on about, okay, it's 3 points, it is what we need right now. The ones that are heavy fanatics were like, we did not play well, but it is still 3 points. So 3 points are always welcome, especially when they are, would I say, it's a Chelsea side that proves to be very stubborn, or one of your biggest rivals, and you pick 3 points against them. It's always something that you want to do. But in terms of how they play, we know that they are not there yet. They are not even close to being there, which is why you can clearly see from a Chelsea point of view why their fans are a bit upset with those changes being made. I mean, with Pedro Neto, you have someone with the energy to cover and run the entire ground, and you're taking him off almost immediately. For who? If you started with 4 center backs, manage the game with 4 center backs. Your center back did not pick a red card. It was a goalkeeper. If your goalkeeper is off the pitch, you instantly switch or shift to someone else. And is that a penalty for Newcastle? Okay, I
think it's a corner.
I think it's okay. It's a corner. He looked like he pointed to the spot. He looked like he pointed to the spot at first. Have he bounced through? Oh yeah, no, that won't be a penalty. But I do think on the United Chelsea game, I do think that Maresca panicked a whole lot. But coming to Manchester United, on the other end of things, you're seeing that it is not sometimes about how you play. Sometimes all that matters are the results. They went 2 goals up. They could have easily gone. Not gone on to lose, but they would have easily drawn that game too yesterday, with the way Chelsea had to grow into the game when they realized that it's 10 versus 10 now. And prior to the red card by Manchester United, I think maybe you could say it was a balanced game. You could not pinpoint who were favorites. I mean, we usually have 1 or 2 that you say, okay, even if it's this one as slight favorites, there were no favorites in that game. And when you're looking at that game, when you just step into it, and the Manchester United side, like you did say, they did not have enough quality for you to feel so threatened to make all those substitutions that you mean. The United side does not, even if they have the quality in terms of players, those players have not defined themselves. They've not discovered themselves right now and have been able to show that we are that much of a threat. But you have to just say that Amorim wanted the 3 points, and he found a way to get it. Definitely, albeit a very tensed finish with the goal Chaluba tried to pull back. For Chelsea, and with the way the last 15 plus minutes of the match was, they needed the 3 points. They needed to find a way to win, and they did win. The red card played a huge role in that, because I do think that Chelsea, with their lineup of attacking players, would probably want to win or draw at Old Trafford. They'll look at that Manchester United side and they'll be saying, okay, this should be 3 points for us. If it's not 3 points, collect 1 point and go. So as much as there were no favourites, I'd like to think that Chelsea, with their host of attacking players, were definitely favourites going into that one. But then the red card obviously changed the tide of the game, and Amorim, we could see that they did not still create much. I think the first half attempts was about 3 or 4 on target or so. It does not seem very go to Anfield and pick a red card, and then you really understand what pressure looks like. You begin to feel the number of shots, the number of, I mean, it's all just very, very well played. And I mean, when you just look at it, it's not the same in terms of quality from Manchester United. It's not the same. Is that a goal from Sunderland?
Yeah,
the equalizer. 10-man Sunderland has drawn level at home to Aston Villa. Xhaka with the assist.
That looks like Elias Mayenda.
Is that Mayenda? I think it's their other tall forward. They have another. Isidore, yeah, it looks like Isidore.
We'll confirm who actually got that goal for Sunderland, but it's Sunderland 1, 10-man Sunderland 1, Aston Villa 1. Aston Villa cannot buy a win.
Aston Villa looks so poor. Why did they look so poor this season? I think that's Isidore.
Yeah, it's Isidore.
They look so poor this season. They've scored today, finally, but they still won't pick up 3 points, or with 40 minutes to go. Well, we can't say exactly how it's going to go. But yeah, Sunderland have drawn level. And back to Manchester United, as I was saying, the quality of the team, you have quality players, but you're not able to squeeze the best out of them. You're not able to get the very best out of that Manchester United squad. It's a worrying trend. It's a worrying problem for Amorim. And as a Manchester United fan, you don't know exactly where to start from in terms of recruitment, in terms of a change of tactics. We've seen over the last couple of weeks, the subject has been change your tactics, change your lineup, change your formation, all of those. what is the guarantee that any of those changes now would result in wins for Manchester United? And when you look at it, you know that they have to play better. They definitely have to play better. They are not there. They are not playing better. They've not done too well too. But for Amorim, that is 3 very necessary points. I think it's something where they pick 3 points and then you begin to think, how do we build on this? We look at our next run of games. Out of 15 available points, how many can we expect ourselves to pick? What are your goals for your next couple of matches, and how do you want to see your team perform? That is where you know that maybe Manchester United are beginning to have a direction they are headed.
Okay, 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. The phone line is open for you to call in and air your thoughts on everything we've discussed. Nigeria's performance at the World Athletics Championship Formula 1, and also a review of some of the major games yesterday across Europe. Real Madrid, they are 5 wins from 5 as regards the Spanish La Liga and sitting on top. Have you been impressed with how Xabi Alonso and his men have done their business so far? Liverpool yesterday as well, getting a victory against Everton, 5 from 5 as well, like Real Madrid, sitting on top. Arne Slot and his boys, can they do what they did last season and retain the English Premier League title? Also, the game between Chelsea and Manchester United yesterday in the English Premier League. 0810-951-0951, 0810-951-0951. The SMS and WhatsApp portal is also there, and that one is 0701-933-9962, 0701-933-9962. And I will be leaving you in the safe hands of Benjamin Mina as we still talking football, and we are getting ready to talk about the Arsenal and Manchester City game. But before we do that, let's hear from this caller. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Hello. Okay, lots that one there. Do well to keep the calls coming in. 0810-951-0951. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Kabulu Barry. Great to have you.
I greet the guys in the house.
They greet you back as well. Please go ahead.
Let me just start from the Manchester United match yesterday. Enzo Maresca. That man behaved like somebody, like a coach that doesn't know what he's doing. Because your keeper cannot have a red card, then you get your players on the pitch and you just... If Pedro Neto was on that match yesterday, I know maybe Chelsea would have drawn that match, because from the second half, when they started, those wings play that Chelsea used to play, there was no one that can do those things. So it makes the match not to go the way of Chelsea, because with that 10-10 yesterday, then a fast wing player was in that Chelsea team, they would have won Manchester United or draw that match. But that is their own luck, and it's also my own luck as a Liverpool fan. Then for my own game, what I want to tell everybody is that Arne Slot is doing something, and what he's doing, people will be keep on complaining that maybe he's tweaking too much. But I know that he knows what he's doing. But all what I say is that end of the day, we will know who will win. But there's only one thing that we are preparing for. That team that said this is their season, which is second season syndrome people. So we are waiting for them. If they will not collect this Premier League this season, we will collect it from them. So they should prepare and come. We are waiting for them. Then for our Nigeria, the World Athletics Champions League. Our federation, they didn't need anything though. They didn't need any glory because they didn't prepare for anything. So since you didn't prepare for anything, don't even expect anything until maybe they know what they are doing. Then from there they can win. But for now, they are not doing anything. So if Amos don't try give them one medal, they should just happy. If they will change, let them change. But if they doesn't want to change, me, I will still be here watching them.
Okay, is that all, Kablo Barry? Oh, we lost him there. Okay, it's time to talk football. While it's still the marathon edition of Today Sports Live on your favorite frequent dial, Today95.1 FM, it's the Premier League live review. And while all eyes are on the Emirates Stadium as Arsenal take on Manchester City in what could be a season-defining clash, Arsenal under Mikel Arteta are no longer the underdogs. They've developed into genuine contenders, discipline, creative, and resilience. But to be champions, you have to beat the champions, and that means finding a way past Pep Guardiola City. So here's the big question: who wins the midfield battle? Declan Rice has been colossal for Arsenal, but can he outmuscle and outthink Rodri, the heartbeat of Manchester City system? And how about Martin Odegaard? Can his creativity break down City press, or will Pep tactical tweak shut him out of the game? Can Arsenal defense handle informed Haaland? That's the question. We've seen teams crumbled against him, but Arsenal backline have looked solid. Gabriel Mangalas will have his hands full this evening. 4:30 is the time. Is this Henry, let me come to you. Is this the game where Arsenal finally prove they can actually dethrone Manchester City?
I don't know. Man City hasn't won there for quite some time, but I don't think it's about dethroning Man City. Liverpool has dethroned Man City. It's about dethroning Liverpool now. But can Arsenal win this one? I think Arsenal are the favourites. Arsenal are still the favourites in a way, but like in big games like this, it can swing anyway. City still have the capabilities to hold to win this game, but my problem with the City has to be the defensive frailties. That's where I have my issues with City at this point in time. For Arsenal, they have the defensive solidity, they have the ability to actually hold out City, but I'm not questioning, will Arsenal or Arteta be as defensive minded or too conservative like he's been or he was against Liverpool? Maybe he's learned his lesson a little bit against Liverpool. Definitely, no matter how conservative he'll be, the aim is still to try and win. Even if it's 1-0, you just want to win and you just want to get the result done. Does Arsenal have the ability to beat City? Yes. They have the ability to beat City today, to usurp City right now, but it's still City and it's still Pep Guardiola. That's why you can never write them off. Arsenal are strong defensively, but we're not sure if Saliba will start yet. We've not seen the lineup. I know Arteta was saying everything depends on what happens on Friday, in the training session on Friday. So, I mean, we'll still get proper, when the lineup comes out. The lineup should be out by now. It's out. Confirm if Saliba actually got to start. Saliba is starting. Gabriel Magalhaes is starting as well. So I mean, that could be one of the reasons why Arsenal gets to win this game, because you have your two best centre backs ready and available. So Arsenal has what it takes to save this game. Like I said, City have defensive frailties. Arsenal can capitalize on that, but we could also see City turn up today defensively. Like we all talked about how Liverpool had defensive frailties, but Liverpool turned up defensively against Arsenal and made it difficult for Arsenal to try and play in behind them. So City could actually do the same today. Pep is no joker. If you could probably even relinquish possession against an Antonio Conte-led Napoli, then why can't you relinquish possession against a Mikel Arteta-led Arsenal at some point? So I think this game is 50-50. I don't want to stick my money with or put my money on anybody. I want to sit down and enjoy the game of football that will be played today, and hopefully it's entertaining and interesting. But I think it's a very dicey game. This game sits on the knife edge. I can't put my finger and place my finger and say that this is where this game is going to go. But I know Arsenal, based on current perception of things, are the favourites. But I don't think that favourites tag coming into this game actually counts for anything if you don't actually get to utilise it at the end of the day. And you're talking about playing someone who is also your close rival in Manchester City also at the end of the day. So let's wait and see. It's a 50-50 game for me.
Okay, it's a 50-50 game for Henry. That is what he said. He said he's not putting his hands or his mouth anywhere around this game. He wants to enjoy good football. Now, Alex, let me come to you. Who has more to lose in this game? Arsenal chasing their first title in years, or Manchester City protecting their dominance, or still making a statement?
I think, for the place where Arsenal have built themselves into over the past couple of seasons, this feels like 3 points that they need to pick. I don't think Arsenal are at that point where they can play City at Emirates and be thinking a point is a good result. No, with back-to-back, I think 2 consecutive seasons now, wins over Manchester City at Emirates, and even I think wins over Liverpool, barring last season where they drew at Emirates. Arsenal are beginning to have the confidence that at least at home I should be able to beat any top side. They showed that in most of Europe last season, and also, at home in the Premier League last season. And we could also argue that most sides were not as competitive as they are right now. It's the start of a new season. Everybody is raring to go. But Arsenal definitely has more to lose when your mindset is on the fact that, okay, I should pick 3 points. Even 1 point feels like a loss at that stage. And I think Arsenal are at that point now where they can say, okay, yes, it's definitely going to be a loss for us if we do not at least, not even at least, we need to pick 3 points versus Manchester City. It's not the best Manchester City side. It's not a side that you say has been completely revived. They have 2 wins and 2 losses in the Premier League this season. So everything is evenly balanced for them. Look at the teams that beat them this season. Brighton, that were trailing, came back to beat them. Tottenham did not even allow City to settle at all and won 2-0. So you're looking at it as an Arsenal fan. You're looking at the defensive frailties that they have and the fact that this City team look very, shaky when trying to track back in transitions and all of that. And you're seeing, okay, at least 3 points should be necessary. The only problem is, I'll say, okay, we've just seen Bukayo Saka on the bench, which means he returns to the squad for the first time since, I think, a week before the international break. So he could probably feature today. Odegaard still misses out in the team squad, and you're looking at 2 of your most creative players. You're looking at, because I don't want to put Izzy in that category here, as he has shown himself in a couple of appearances, but he has not really integrated himself yet. It's just 2 games he's played. You're looking at that Arsenal side now. Saka and Odegaard will be your most creative players, and none of them start. So what does that say about the team you've put out to play Manchester City? You look at it and you're saying, okay, maybe with the injuries I have, as long as I don't lose to Manchester City is okay. But everything is from an Arsenal point of view. You're at home to Emirates. You're playing catch up to Liverpool, who has had a 100% start this season. The pressure is on you. You know that you have to pick 3 points. You know that this Manchester City side are a team you can beat. You're supposed to beat, even with the injuries and even with your problems. But you know that you've only conceded once to Liverpool in about 6 games this season, and that was to a Liverpool free kick, which they like to term as we have not considered from open play this season. So what you have to do is be careful and watch, the potential danger men, the people that look like they are in form or have been in form over the course of the number of games now. You have to watch them and keep a track and try to limit their movements, which Arsenal's defense is certainly capable of doing. But then also going forward, when you lack your creative force, but you still have people that could do damage, they definitely are in risk, and they have a lot more to lose by dropping points today.
Okay, Arsenal have got a lot to lose by dropping points today at the Emirates when they host their title rival, Manchester City. Remember, Manchester City are just coming back from a win at Etihad when they hosted Manchester United, their City rival. So they will be pumped on. Now, Osas, let me come to you. Do you think Arsenal defense? Yeah, we talked about how Arsenal have got defensive. How Arsenal are solid defensively, and how they've actually managed to keep out the most decent strikers in the Premier League and in the Champions League. Now, let me come to you and ask you this: do you think Arsenal's defense can actually stop Erling Haaland? The man is on form. He's got 5 goals this season in the Premier League already. Do you think Arsenal defense can stop him? Or the man is simply unstoppable?
I think Arsenal has got what it takes defensively to keep Erling Haaland at bay. Arsenal sits on top of the defense stats in the English Premier League so far, with 3 clean sheets and averaging a 0.25 per game. I think it's a case of Arsenal relying on the coherence between William Saliba as well as Gabriel Magalhaes. It's one thing that has always worked for them going forward, and good enough. Both defenders are in blistering form. I think William Saliba just got back from injury, but he's been able to reintegrate himself into the entire setup. And obviously, is that a penalty? Was that a handball? Newcastle Bournemouth? Okay, it's a corner kick. So back to what I was saying. I think Arsenal has got what it takes to keep Erling Braut Haaland. You can't doubt the quality of Haaland at this point. As you said, 5 goals in the English Premier League, 1 goal in the UEFA Champions League. The man just cannot stop scoring. And over the week, he wrote his name in gold by being the quickest of players to reach 50 goals in the UEFA Champions League. And you know that is definitely a morale boost, and he will be taking that into this particular encounter to see if he could continue to replicate that good form that gave him that. But I think I trust in the abilities of the Arsenal defensive setup at this point. I'm talking about the 4 of them that are going to be marshalling out duties in the defense line there. I'm talking about Jerome Timber, William Saliba, Gabriel Magalhaes, and Ricardo Calafiori. These 4 have come to a level where their synergy level has really risen so high that they understand themselves very, very well. So I think one determining factor today is going to be the defense. Yes, one determining factor is going to be the defense today. How well can Arsenal keep off the likes of Haaland, the likes of Tijani Rangers, the likes of Phil Foden, who is picking up form, as well as Jeremy Doku at this point, keeping them at bay to ensure that they don't get what they really want. And for Manchester City also, who have had it shaky in the defense line, can they hold steadfast against Victor Gyökeres, Leandro Trossard, as well as Noni Madueke, who is now becoming a revelation right there at the red side of London? I think the best defense would win. The question you asked, can Arsenal hold him? Yes, I think. You know one thing with Erling Braut Haaland, if the support cast is not working, then Haaland becomes more or less like as simple and ordinary as any other player you can find on the pitch of play. So I think what the Arsenal setup needs to do is to make sure that their defense is top-notch, as well as that midfield. If they can take the midfield battle to Manchester City, ensure that I'm talking about Mikel Merino, Martin Zubimendi and Declan Rice, if they can ensure that there is no proper connection between Rangers, Foden, Bernardo Silva, Rodri, as well as Haaland, then they will be able to hold this one out. But Benjamin, I think I have faith in what Arsenal brings to the table when it has to do with their defensive setup.
Okay, Alex, I almost called you Haaland there. Is this clash about skills or mentality and composure under pressure? Because we've seen Arsenal over the years, we talked about the fact that this is a new Arsenal, but over the years we've seen Arsenal succumb to pressure. Do you think it's they have the mental capability or capacity going into this game? Because against Liverpool, they almost got 1 point until that free kick where I think it was about loss of concentration. So do you think that is the case?
Well, I do think that Arsenal do tend to, have a little shake up or slip up in games that you would maybe, let's say, usually expect them to do something in, and then they just seem to maybe not perform too well or not play too well. And it's mostly in the games, I would say the games they are not used to. I just want to tell me that way, because me saying the games they are not used to, I'm referring obviously to competitions they've not played in some time and opponents they've not played in some time. They've just been, I think, back to back regulars of the UEFA Champions League. Prior to that, they hadn't played in the Champions League for about 6 seasons or 7 seasons or so. So for Arsenal, it's a gradual process, but I would say they are used to, because Arteta has found a way. Arteta has shown that he's a coach that he can adapt, and as soon as he saw what the top teams in the Premier League can offer, and he wanting his Arsenal side to be a team that also challenges for trophies, he had to renovate that Arsenal squad. He had to reinvent their ideas, which is why he brought about their stability in defense. So what I would say is the inexperience when they play in Europe, when they go to Champions League, like we just said, they've only qualified for Champions League 3 times in a row for the first time in about 7 years. Prior to this, they had not been in the Champions League at all. So they still have that frailty when you come up against Bayern Munich, and then you try to remember the last time you played Bayern Munich, barring the season they just came on. Last time you played Bayern Munich was about 10 seasons ago. It's a whole new caliber of players. You're facing off against them. How do you? And then Arteta tends to struggle in those kind of games. But against a Liverpool side, against a Manchester City side, with the way he has grown, look at that outstanding record that Arsenal had against top teams, unbeaten. In how many days was that? Was that not 2 years plus? About 1,000 days versus the big six sides before Szoboszlai's winner against them, unbeaten against all top six sides. So it just shows that he grew that team into a team that could play anybody in the league. I would say where you're trying to describe Benjamin is when he does go outside of Europe. If he goes to play Barcelona right now, when was the last time Arsenal played Barcelona? There's no consistency in their meetings or their appearances. So you're looking at it, you're thinking, how do I face off against this Barca side? I played Real Madrid and I beat them home and away. That's for Arsenal. If you're an Arsenal fan, you're saying, I played Real Madrid, I beat them home and away. But what is the guarantee that because I beat them home and away, I can do the same to PSG? PSG beat them home and away too. So they do tend to slip up in those styles where they are not familiar with. And I think the more they compete in most of those competitions, they'll get to understand that, okay, when you get to this stage, you adopt maybe a different method of playing and they will scale through it. But if it's coming back to just the Premier League alone and their opponents, which I would say are basically Liverpool and City for the title, Chelsea, Tottenham, United, all those ones locks around. Those ones are just maybe your traditional rivals. You have to beat them. But in terms of contending for the title, you're looking at just two people. And they know that, okay, once I get advantages over any of these ones, I stand a good chance. So, yes, I would say Arsenal are in that mental space where they could do that. I mentioned even with their injuries, Arsenal fans will be thinking, we still need to win. There is no way you'd go back to this Arsenal team 3-4 years ago and they will have injuries to 2 or 3 key players and they'll still be thinking of picking up a win. I mean, I was saying that Saka's presence has not even been felt. Their squad is so deep. The depth has been felt. And I think right now what Manchester City would just be thinking is going to Emirates and finding a way to calm the storm, the tension. Definitely don't lose as bad as you did last season, the 5-1 loss. You also have to try and keep the scoreline calm. Even if you do lose, put up a strong shift, put up a good performance. Try and show that the Arsenal backline that everybody has been talking about can be breached, maybe by your informed players. So they are going there. It's a difficult ground, but I mean, it's Pep Guardiola, it's Manchester City, and by the end of the day, it's a very, very solid Arsenal side. So I think they definitely do have that mentality, or they are in that mental space to turn whatever they've been visualizing into a victory or into 3 points this evening.
Okay, those are the words of Alex Kabari there. Well, the phone lines are open. You can officially call into the show. The number is 0810-951-0951. I take the number again, 0810-951-0951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. We have a caller on the line. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening. Today's Sports Live, your name and your location.
Okay, God's Gift, calling from Mother George.
Your name is God's Gift, calling from Mother George. Go on with your contribution, God's Gift.
Okay, I want to make 2 contributions concerning the Nigerian athletic problems and Real Madrid. I'm a Madrid fan.
Go on.
Can you hear me? Okay, now concerning the athletics, I believe that every problem is a leadership problem. So if the team is not doing well, we have a body that is supposed to checkmate that. What is going on? Why are they not doing well? For a country that has a population of about 200 million people, we are supposed to be outputting athletes. Or crying out loud, in 200 million people, there are definitely a lot of athletes out there. So you find the way, grassroots level. You understand? From the top management, you build the grassroots. Local government will do that. But they can do that. And you have the money. Nigeria has about 300 and something million. You have money to spend. Morocco doesn't have more money than we do. Morocco doesn't have way more money than we do. And the exchange rate people mentioned earlier, exchange rate doesn't really matter. Our currency should be stronger than the currency of South Korea now. Do we have way more money than South Korea government? We don't. So it's money that we should be able to spend from the grassroots. If you are going to use academic systems or university systems, you build it. Once you build it, you'll be able to scout players. If today they are outputting to 5,000 people a year, if they find a way to fix the system, we might be outputting 50,000 people a year. And then from there, how many will go pro? You don't know, but you have to put out those numbers in order for you to get the result. So we don't have that. Even when the teams come together, they come from outside, not from their scholarships to play for us. Okay, when they come to Nigeria, how well do you organize them? Do you have training facilities for them here in Nigeria so here they can train? How much money do we spend? We take them out, like sponsor training. Okay, go and train with this other team somewhere, or train in this other place, get you to the environment and stuff like that. We don't do that for them. We just leave them out there on their own. So it's definitely a management problem. Then concerning Madrid, as a Madrid fan, Alonso said that he's going to build a team that holds the ball, possesses the game, and then attacks very well. We've not seen that, but it's early. But at least we can see changes compared to last season. We are a bit more composed than we used to be. So there's that structure. But I don't think we are good enough now to play big teams. I don't think so. But for the small teams, we definitely pick up those points. And even if we lose to the big teams, we lose to a classical game. As long as we can beat all the small teams, we are fine. Even if we don't win Champions League this season, but so long as he's able to build a team that will be frightening and threatening as he promised, next season, we can maybe go for the Champions League. But this season, with good structure as he promised, we should be able to win the La Liga. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you there for your contribution. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Hello, good evening. Today's Sports Live. Your name and your location?
Good evening. This is Ernest from Mundele.
Ernest from Mundele. Please go on with your contribution.
Yeah, I want to talk about what you discussed earlier about athletes in Nigeria.
Okay, go on.
I think was it Osas? I think it was when he said that the problem is a holistic problem, because in as much as we blame the people at the end of affair, we blame those in administration, we should also blame grassroots, because I think that's what they call annual inter-house sport that is virtually done every year this time in all the primary and secondary schools. So if maybe talent is being discovered from a secondary school, I think from local level, they should take it up from there and groom them before state will see them, take them up, and before we go to national level, then we talk about international. But whereby a local government neglects such activity, I think because it is local government that will announce you to the state and federal, and whereby they fail in that responsibility, I think it will be difficult for those people at the highest level to come down to a local level to discover them. That's the one. But then we are talking about Madrid, how they regard that result. I want to tell you that this Madrid have seen that in as much as we believe that Barcelona is shaky, that thing cannot defeat Barcelona as it stands now. Despite the shaky defense of Barcelona. And I can also tell you that despite the fact that the Barcelona defense is shaky in people's eye, there's also a lot of improvement from some players. Like, for example, Gerard Martin, the last match he featured, you could see a lot of improvement from him. The same thing goes to Eric Garcia. He may not be at the same level with Conde in the right back, but you could see that that passion for improvement. So I believe that despite the fact that Madrid is getting results, when they meet a big team, my dear, you will not believe that it is Madrid. And I want to also remind you that this same Madrid, if they have scored up, let's just say 5 goals, 3 should be penalty. What in a match where there's no penalty, what happens to them? It is also difficult for them to score goals. They have only one match with 2 or 3 goals. But some big teams are going to do like 3, 5 goals. You understand that? So, and what is in a match whereby Mbappe is not there to score the goal? Who will score goal for them? Because it's all the matches that your top line will score goal. There's a match where they will hide him. Like, you don't have that maybe that they're going to be kind of a man marking. So what in a match like that, what happens to them? Who will score goal for them? So it's going to be good for them. And I want to say that if there's anything that will sustain what they are doing now till the end of this season in the whole of Europe, it should be Liverpool, not Madrid. Because I feel that this Madrid that I'm seeing today, if they meet a bigger thing like, okay, let's just allow Atletico Madrid and Barcelona to get, then let them meet. You will see the woeful performance of this current Madrid team. That's on the one side. Then for today's match between Arsenal what's it called, Manchester City. It's a battle of two horse race. But I believe that at the end of it all, they say when two elephants fight, the ground will suffer. So I believe that if they come up with their A game, the match will end up in a draw. But if maybe Arsenal should be conservative and Manchester City should be able to create something out of it, they will end up maybe surprising Arsenal today. That's my take on that, man. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you there for your contribution. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, sir.
Good evening. Today's Sports Live, your name and your location.
Yeah, my name is Andy and I'm calling you from Omar.
Okay.
I'm from Alakaya, sorry.
Alakaya, okay, go on with your contribution, Mr. Andy.
Let me go straight to the athletics in Nigeria. My question is, can anything work in Nigeria? That is my problem because that is how sometimes I answer some questions. Can anything in Nigeria survive? Our ministries,
you are surviving.
No, we are. Individually, we are surviving, but we are talking as a nation.
Okay.
Because what we're talking about is representation that has to do with sports, athletics, outside. It's so in.
Hello. Hello, Mr.
Hello?
Andy. Go on. I can hear you now. Hello, good evening. Today's Sports Live.
I call Kabulubari.
Kabulubari, okay, go on with your contribution.
Yeah. Waiting, I want to make confirm from now. I'm not going to give update on this CAF game we did today now. Waiting in the place so that person will know. Then, Arsenal, Man City today. Yeah, they see that game draw. Then let me put mark for this our champions way they just play the World Athletics way they just finished. Somebody is asking, can anything work in Nigeria? Something cannot work in Nigeria because everything in Nigeria we do it in politics. Persons know persons. I help you win election, so I will compensate you. That is why nothing can work as in sport in Nigeria because in Nigeria we don't lack balance. Only what we need is organization. Just look at the whole River State. There is nowhere that you can enter there. You can see like they say River State Sport Academy. So how can you think that a nation will grow when a state cannot have a sport academy? Nothing. You will find runner. You will go outside and find people. You want to play football. You will go outside and beg children that they born abroad to come and play for us for Nigeria. Why we have so many here in Nigeria? The people that is running our football, they cannot come down to work so that we can gain our own people from here. We will go outside and be begging children that they born abroad to come and do things for us. Why we are here playing fish? So many talent is dying here. Until the day we comot politics in Nigeria sports, that is the only day Nigeria sports will go on. If not, we'll be just running inside one circle and we'll be keep on complaining. That is that until we change. If not, our sport is not going anywhere. We'll keep on going and begging children that they born outside to come and do it for us. And they will be keep on disgracing us. That is that.
Okay, thank you, Kablubari, for your contributions there. Well, for the CAF games, they are just starting, so we'll give you the results about that later. Remo Stars are actually playing out a goalless draw against Chilimanju, while Kumasi Asante Kotoko are still playing out a goalless draw with Kwara United there. Hello, good evening.
Oh, yes, this is still Andy.
Okay, Mr. Andy, go on.
Yeah. So while I was saying something, I want to believe that there is always and there is a growth that is going on every other nation, which I expect Nigeria to also follow suit because we did not fall from the sky. But one thing I know for sure is our leaders, are we ready to change? Because when you have all the resources, not like somebody mentioned, You go out there last month or 2 months ago, you see almost all the schools. Let me talk about the ones in our environment here. Inter-house sports. You see brightness in children who can do better than even what you're seeing internationally. At the end of the day, what happens? They come, they say everybody is medicine and surgery. You're not a lawyer, you're not an engineer, and the rest of it. So what I'm saying in essence is, we have all the resources, but are the right people there to put the right things in place? Else, we will continue to shout. We are talking about World Cup. We are not going because I wouldn't want us to qualify. So even if FIFA has it on their hands, so just give it to us free. Please let them know. Let's for once go straight to Real Madrid. I think I think Real Madrid, until they come to play football as a team and not individual, that is Real's problem. I was talking about Barcelona, that Barcelona is sham. Barcelona is sham. Barcelona is trying as much as possible not to build the team only on Lemar. Olmo is there, Ferran Torres is there. Anybody can score from any angle. Look at what just happened. They came to Newcastle home stadium and they were defeated completely. So what I'm saying in essence is Real Madrid needs to stand up. They have all it takes until they leave that individual play. In football, individual trophies are there where you can get your golden boot and the rest of them. But what counts is the trophy. So until they wake up, going to play as a team and not the individual, definitely they will do well. Then straight to Arsenal match. I think it is crystal clear that Arsenal has shown the world that they are capable before. What you are saying is Arsenal cannot buy a player of this and that. Arsenal can only go to the market with 10 naira and buy a product of about 7-8 different products at the same time, while other persons can go to the market and use 100 million to buy. I think Arsenal has shown it. Just like what Thierry Henry said, we don't have any excuse. I'm an Arsenal fan, so I have to tell you the real truth. Definitely today, let's leave a sentiment apart. Man City, they are coming all out because of the matches they've drawn and they've also lost. So I want Arsenal to come on there, leave about you playing on your home ground. Because as far as we're concerned, Pep Guardiola does not have home and away. So what I'm saying in essence is that team play has to be there. But I want to talk on the formation or on the players on board right now on the first half. Why will you not at most leave that aspect of that 10 for Eze? That is my own question I want to ask Arteta. And you know, yes, Merino is good, but what we are talking about, building up a team. You don't come today, you play. I know the league is still young, but I think Arteta should have started building a team. Odegaard is not there. Please bring in this Eze. Let's watch him from 10. You have played him from the left flank. We want to see him in 10. And at the end of the day, let's see what happens. So my prayer today is that Arsenal is going to do the best and come up with the day. 3 points is ours. Thank you very much and God bless you.
All right, thank you there, Mr. Andy from Alaka here. Thank you for your thoughts there. Well, let's read out the lineups. They're out. Arsenal lineup in a 4-3-3 formation. David Raya in goal, Timber, Saliba, Gabriel, Magalhaes, Calafiori making up the 4-man defense. And for the midfield, you've got Mikel Merino, Zubimendi, and Declan Rice making up the midfield. For the attack, Ace Noni Madueke, Gyökeres, and Leandro Trossard making up the attack line. For Manchester City, the lineup in a 4-1-4-1 formation. Same formation, same personnel that played the last game against Manchester City. In goal, you've got Gianluigi Donnarumma, Kosanov, Diaz, Vadiol, O'Reilly making up the 4-man defense. And the holding midfielder is Rodri. Then you've got Jeremy Doku, Tijani Rinders, Phil Foden, and Bernardo Silva on the attack. The man leading the attack is Erling Brot Haaland. So, Arsenal fans, can you call in and tell us what you think will happen today? For the bench players, the substitutes, you've got Kepa Arrizabalaga, Iberici Eze, Miles Lewis Kelly, Gabriel Martinelli, Masquera, Christian Nogard, Ethan Nwaneri, Bukayo Saka, and Ben White. For Manchester City, you've got Nathaniel Ake, Oscar Bob, Rico Lewis, Mukasa, Nico, Matthias Nunes, Savinho, John Stones, and Trashford on the bench. Phone line is still open, 0810-9510-951. I take it again, 0810-9510-951. For the WhatsApp and SMS portal, 0701 933 9962, 0701 933 9962.
Benjamin,
Now,
quickly, Remo Stars has actually taken the lead against Zilimaju. So it's Remo Stars 1, Zilimaju 0. And Ademola Lookman played today, just a cameo. So he's back for Atalanta. He's back. But Remo Stars leading Abia Warriors and Kwara United are still playing out goalless draws.
Okay, that's the updates for the CAF games. Well, let's take you up to speed. In the game, in the English Premier League game, Bournemouth played out a goalless draw against Newcastle. And 10-man Sunderland played out a 1-1 draw against Aston Villa in the Stadium of Light. By 4:30, we'll be seeing the game between Arsenal and Manchester City. As for in the Bundesliga, German Bundesliga, Frankfurt losing at home 3-4 to Union Berlin. In the French League 1, Angers. The game between Angers just started, 4 minutes on the clock against Toulouse. Le Havre are playing a goalless draw against Lorient. Monaco are playing out a goalless draw against Mens. All game has just started, 4 minutes on the clock. For the Spanish La Liga, Real Mallorca playing out a goalless draw. It's halftime in that center against Atletico de Madrid. While in the game in the CAF Confederations Cup, we've got Abia Warriors playing out a goalless draw against Joliba FC. Asante Kotoko have just taken the lead, 90 minutes on the clock, against Kwara United there in Kumasi. While in the Champions League, ASC Kara of Togo are playing out a goalless draw against RS Bekane of Morocco. East End Lion of Sierra Leone are playing out a goalless draw against Monastir of Tunisia, 19 minutes on the clock. Remo Stars, as Henry have just said, are playing out a 1-0 draw, 20 minutes on the clock against 1-0 victory, 20 minutes on the clock against Gilemanju of Comoros. Those are the live updates in the CAF Confederations Cup and in the CAF Champions League. Phone lines are still open, 0810-9510-951. Arsenal fans, call in and tell us, what do you think about your game against Manchester City at the Emirates? Is it time where Arteta gets to take on the unstoppable Pep Guardiola? Tell him, I was once your student, but I've mastered the tactics. Do you think Arsenal have what it takes to actually get all 3 points? Do you think Arsenal have got the team with Arsenal have got what it takes? Or do you think Arsenal have more to lose since they are playing at home, chasing the title? They want to win the title. And by winning the title, you have to beat the champions, the former champions, Manchester City. Arsenal fans, come out of the show and give us your thoughts on this. Okay, the WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. I take the number slowly, 0701-933-9962. For the phone line, 0810-9510-951. Chelsea fans, you lost your game against Manchester United yesterday. That red card, the goalkeeper, Sanchez, was it really necessary? Or do you think Sanchez could have allowed the goal and then 1-0. And then game on, 11-11, you can actually have a hope of beating Manchester United or getting something away from it. And do you think your coach actually panicked in his substitutions after the red card? 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. Updates on the CAF game, Henry.
Abia Warriors have taken the lead against Joliba, so it's Abia Warriors 1, Joliba 0.
Okay, I think that is actually good for. It's a good encounter from the Nigerian sides because
they are both at home. So
Rivers United didn't get to lose a game out. They didn't lose. Yeah, I'm saying, yeah, I think it's a good one because Rivers United drew away from home
against Les Ags de Congo that have barely even kicked the ball for how many months. But
it's a good one.
I think it's still a good one based on the context of his away from home. But it's about coming home and doing the necessary. If they come here and they score one goal, Rivers United are in trouble. If they come here and take the lead, Rivers United are in trouble. So I think it's a good result, but it would have been better if Rivers United was able to score. But still decent. It looks like it's going to be a decent weekend for us. We still have to wait for next weekend at the end of the day. But so far so good. All things are looking up. I mean, Kwara United, I don't expect them to go to Accra to beat Asante Kotoko because the game is actually being played in Accra, not Kumasi. I didn't expect them to do that, but I mean, as much as possible, keep the result or scoreline low. If 1-0, 2-1 is not bad, it's over. If it's 2-1, it's more fantastic. You come here and win 1-0 and you're through to the next round against Asante Kotoko. So, but I think for Remo Stars and for Abia Warriors, it's a good one. It's a good start for Remo. I expect them to win, but I want to see how many they will win this game by. If Remo does not win this game convincingly, then Remo, after this, Sundown, even if they win it convincingly, I still expect Sundown to beat them. So, let's just watch. I think I need a convincing victory from Remo at the end of the day.
But Sundowns have not been in very good form. Look at what's happening right there in the PSL.
They beat Durban City 3-1 yesterday.
But that's resurgence, coming back to winning ways. I think for the past 3 games.
No, they've been winning.
Sundowns for the past 3 games.
Sundowns have actually been winning games. They beat Magesi. They're my favorite side on the African continent. I've given it up. Sorry to say, but that's the simple truth. I've always loved Mamelodi Sundowns from the days of Pizzo down to what is his name, Rulani Mokoena. Like, see, they've been winning games. They've been winning games. Sundowns have been winning games, and
they've been dropping points against Ghana.
They shook off some early fatigue from the Club World Cup, but they've been winning games, and trust me, especially when we go to when Remo Stars goes to Pretoria to play them, I don't want to think of what will happen in Pretoria. Thank God the Kenya pitch is even good, so not to still play well in the Kenya. Like, they don't know whether they are home or away currently. I think under Pizzo they were counter-attacking. Under Rolando didn't care whether he was home or away. He just wanted to attack and play, and Sundowns will not care. I mean, they will even be looking at Remo Stars like, come on, this guy's not even playing the national team, and our boys were able to take on the main national team of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. So we should even go to Kenya and even get a victory at the end of the day. Sundowns are in the class of Alakli and co. So I think, but for Remo, it's just beat ways in front of you first, and that is Remo Star. For Remo Stars, beat ways in front of you first. That is USD Maju, but you have to do it convincingly. You can't be like Enugu Rangers that beat Zilimaju. Played out a 2-1 aggregate scoreline with Zilimaju about 2 seasons ago. You can't be that. No, that is last season actually. You can't be that. You don't do that. So I think Remo has to step up. It has to be a 3-4-5 scoreline for it to be convincing enough for me.
Osas, guess who scored the goal?
Is that Sadiq Ismail?
He's your man, Ngenge.
All right, I think he's beginning to shake off the nightmare he did go through right there at the African Nations Championship in Tanzania, Uganda, and Kenya. It wasn't the best of experiences for him, but I think physically, based on his physique, Ngenge is not a bad defender. I think I went back to look at his
stats,
Trailblazers, and his stats. That's for Abia Warriors.
Yeah.
And It's not bad, not really bad. So I really don't know what happened. Maybe not understanding a new manager that surfaced all of a sudden in Eric Chell, or maybe not.
FPFL pattern.
Yes, maybe not too used to the flip in playmates or teammates right there at the Super Eagles B team. You know, that team was made hugely of Remo players and possibly a mix of breed from other sides. So maybe that's really influenced his game, but good enough, he's back. This would be a confidence booster for him, and would also, because this is also on the continental stage, just like how the African Nations Championship was on the continental stage. So it's going to be a morale booster for him. So good to be back, and back really well.
Okay, good to be back for Ngenge. He actually scored the goal that gave Remo the lead against Jules Manjou. Well, Alex, players are out of the tunnel. Match formalities, taking up pre-match formalities. Where do you think this one will go?
Well, I think it's all Arsenal. I really do not. I see City trying to put up at least a good performance to show that their last two victories have not been flukes. The victory against United and Napoli, to try and show that they've not been flukes. But at the end of the day, I still expect Arsenal. I think this game is on Arsenal. I think Arsenal would either. I would say Arsenal would either win this game or maybe they'll settle for a point. But I think it's all Arsenal. I definitely swing with Arsenal on this tie. Okay.
Alex swings with Arsenal. Well, Jules Manjou's goal have been chopped off. Abia Warriors still leading. Joliba rather have been chopped off 1-0. It's still. Henry, where do you think this is going to? Arsenal, Manchester City.
I don't predict anything. No.
Don't sit on the fence.
I will sit on the fence. I'm Humpty Dumpty, but I'm not falling this time. I'm sitting on the fence, please. I also want to enjoy this game, but I think Arsenal are favourites. Logically, looking at everything, Arsenal are favourites. But my heart is telling me that sometimes like this, games like this, logic is thrown out the window. It doesn't. Logic has no business with games like this sometimes. So a lot of times actually. But Arsenal are still the favourites. But like I said, I'm Humpty Dumpty. But I'm not going to fall this time around. I'm going to sit and enjoy myself and watch the game with a cold bottle of something.
Osas, don't sit on the fence. You're
cold
not
bottle
hot.
of something is where I want to start from. Henry, what is that?
You buy two.
But I don't know.
Osas is immediately we're done here. Osas is just we're going somewhere.
You're on your own. You're on your own. but Benjamin, I don't know. Something within me says Manchester City will spring surprises in this particular game. I think a lot is at stake right here for Manchester City. Pep Guardiola will want to prove to everyone that maybe signings don't matter. Just like yesterday on the show, we heard him when he talked about it. He definitely want to prove to everyone that signings don't matter. He will also want to prove to everyone that Manchester City are back and could be back for a title chase with this particular one. Where would be the best place for you to make a statement, if not against someone who is poised to a challenge? Yes, which Arsenal, whoever beats Arsenal now can beat their chest and say, I can chase Liverpool to it. It's like yesterday, Manchester United defeating world champions in quotes would definitely pose a boost to their morale that if you can beat Chelsea and beat them really well, then
village champion beating world champions.
Anyhow you won't call them, world champion. Anyhow you won't call them, but if they could do that, then they could say, fine, anybody coming our way, we could do the same. Liverpool beat Arsenal, beat City, beat anybody coming their way, they could do it as well. So I think Manchester City has got a lot in this particular one. I think they are the hungrier side in my trademark statements. The hungrier side.
The Lions there are back. We don't talk this hungry side again. Last time we no conclude that.
They're the hungrier side to get the victory from this particular one right now. So to me, I feel Manchester City could win this one by 2-1.
Okay, Reliance. Don't sit on the fence.
Up Remo, up Remo, up Remo.
Oh.
Up Remo, up Remo, up Remo. Eh. Up Remo, up Abia Warriors, up Abia Warriors, Abia Warriors, Abia Warriors. Eh. Down Kwara, down Kwara, down Kwara. Down Kwara.
Reliance.
Yeah.
CAF Champions League, CAF Confederations Cup, Nigerian teams participating. Let's start from the one that happened yesterday. Rivers United drawing away from home. And Rivers United have not lost this season in our competition. Be it the MPFL and the CAF Confederations Cup, they've not lost. What do you make of that game yesterday? Do you think
I think they should have won.
No, their opponent. Yeah, I was coming to that. Their opponent have not kicked the ball for God knows how long. They should have won.
They should have won the match. I think Rivers United should have. Yeah, they will celebrate having a draw, and the coach will find a way to play around it and said they didn't lose after all. In as much as deep inside, I know that Rivers United is guaranteed a place in the next preliminary round, but I mean they should have defeated. What's their name again? Of DR Congo. All right, I think that was an easy match for them to win and win convincingly because you've had better chemistry. I know those guys have been training, but albeit not playing competitive football, so that gave Rivers United the advantage. So I expected them to do better. I expected them to win the match, come back with maximum 3 points and as many goals as possible. It's disappointing that they do not win, but hopefully they are able to justify their inability to get 3 points when they play home at Adoke Messi Marcus Stadium. I think that match comes up this particular week that starts tomorrow. So hopefully they are able to get something out of it and win convincingly to progress, because at this level you need to make a statement, right? You need to make a statement. You need to send fears. I mean, these guys have not been in favorable conditions for some months now. So why were you not able to beat them? I didn't see the match quite horrible. But what I've seen Rivers United play this season, and from the way they've developed thus far, I mean, that was a winnable match. So disappointing they didn't win.
Okay, now Remo Stars are actually in action. They are winning 1-0 at the MKO Abiola Stadium, their adopted ground. So do you think if they get to scale through, do you think they can actually go there and compete with Sundown at Pretoria?
If Remo Stars beat
Julemanju,
I think they are going to get past Julemanju.
That's why I said we should look past Julemanju now.
Because they're already leading by a single goal, yeah?
Yes.
And I think the reverse feature is still going to be played at that same center because Julemanju do not have
a home ground.
So they're going to get past Julemanju, right? That would be
Sundown is the next opponent.
What is it called? No, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the seventh, I mean the eighth wonders of the world. If Remo Stars do not beat US Julemanju over 2 legs and progress, right?
Okay.
Or if Julemanju finds a way to out Remo Stars at the Abeokuta Stadium.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to get past US Julemanju. But Sundowns looks like 70% the end of Remo Stars this season. Again, it's going to be an upset if Remo Stars finds a way. I mean, if any club in Nigeria can do it, I think Remo Stars can. If any Nigerian side can put up that upset against a team like Sundowns, the team we saw in the Club World Cup, the last edition, I think it's Remo Stars because they've been better players, they have better organizations, they have better talent. So unfortunate for them that they do not have Victor Mbama, but hopefully he returns when they will play Sundowns in the next round. And that's what happens when you're a big boy. You go wait in the second preliminary round, something anybody used to enjoy. For the other small boys, just beat themselves inside poto, and then come back, and then when you hold them down, pipe them very well. So if Remo Stars are able to get past Sunday, I think for me 70%, that's like the end of the road for them, because the football we've seen Sundowns play,
they are more or less they make up the South African national team.
So I doubt if Remo Stars can put up with that kind of. Those guys are quick, those guys are fast, and there's this chemistry that they do have in a way that, so they are holding you at their defense line, and before you turn your eyes, you find them at the attack. So they are that quick and that fluid, and we saw a semblance of that kind of football in the South African national team.
Yeah.
They are equally fluid and quick, exploiting those spaces. So the chemistry is just so amazing, and they've played at the highest of levels of football for seasons now. So Remo Stars are not in the same category, not in any way in the same category with Sundowns. So I think for me, 70%, in as much as I like to be open-minded and say that in football, this is what it is. Anything can happen in sports, but on paper, it looks like the end of the road for Remo Stars against Sundowns in the second preliminary round. But at least I'm giving them 30% chance of getting through to the next round. And I mean, if you can beat Sundowns and get through to the next round, you're as good as you should be able to win the Champions League. And I'm also thinking, now this is not because of Remo Stars. I'm thinking CAF should find a way to make these big boys play from the group stages.
Yeah.
You know, they should find a way to make these draws in such a way that you miss these guys in the group stages. The reason why I think that would be better off is that you're giving more teams the chance to participate, more teams that have not tested to participate. So they can play within themselves as much as their capability can carry, and then get to the group stage and then fancy their chances, right? Because I mean, imagine Arsenal coming to play qualifiers of the Champions League for what? Or Paris Saint-Germain, or so Sundowns is in that category when it comes to the CAF Champions League. So they should find a way to do it in such a way that the relatively smaller guys battle themselves out in the qualifiers, and then the big guys are now drawn by to the group stage, not just drawn by to the second preliminary round. But for Remo Stars, that looks like the end of the road for them.
Okay, Reliance, quickly, I'll ring the bell and I'll tell you why I ring the bell. Kwara United has just equalized 1-1.
Oh, up Kwara, up Kwara, up Kwara, up. Somebody say up Kwara.
Up Kwara.
Somebody say up Kwara.
Up Kwara.
I say church go there for house today.
Up Akwara.
Which one be Akwara again?
You know Akwara.
Akwara na me too.
Up Akwara.
No, this one na Kwara.
Okay, Kwara. Up Kwara.
Up Kwara.
Up Kwara.
Church is coming back.
Kotoko. Kwara has pegged Kotoko.
And then what is left is for them to beat Kotoko.
Wonderful.
And come back to Nigeria and celebrate without poto. You understand?
And to Akwara.
Well, I hope this is not going to happen. Here's a chance for Erling Haaland to put Arsenal, put Man City ahead. And Erling Haaland has done what he knows how to do best. A counter-attack from Manchester City. An open pass to Erling Haaland from the right-hand side of the wing. He had nobody on him, just the goalkeeper to beat. And he did that nicely well. And he has just... Okay, he didn't do it. That would have been very scary. He's still about to do it. Oh, Erling Haaland has losing his hair. You know what that means? I'm coming all out for you guys. Okay, now back and back. No, back and back. But yeah, that was a good counter attack. Leaving Arsenal very open. I mean, look at how they just discharged them from the midfield, and then Tijani Reinders. I had a discussion with
Pep Guardiola.
Why did her name just skip my head?
Ify.
Which Ify?
Pep Guardiola.
Now your wife had to talk about.
Okay. Mrs. Seleya Benjamin.
Yeah, I had a discussion with Sele. By the way, his wife is in the studio. So I had a discussion with her coming. I was like, lock up that midfield. Do not allow Tijani Reinders to open space for Erling Haaland, because if Erling Haaland has the chance, he scores. You don't give Erling Haaland one-on-one with the goalkeeper, he will punish you. And we just saw an assist from Tijani Reinders and Haaland with the goal. So City up at the Emirates after 10 minutes of football play. Let's see if Arsenal will find a way to come back into this one, just like Kwara United are back in it against Asante Kotoko of Ghana.
Kumasi Asante Kotoko. The name is sweet. Kotoko. Phobia.
Matches ongoing in the Nigeria Premier Football League. It is El Kanemi Warriors goalless against Warri Wolf. Of course, the match between Rangers International of Enugu against Abia Warriors postponed due to Abia Warriors' ongoing encounter in the CAF Confederation Cup. Enyimba against Bendel Insurance stands at 1-1 between both sides at the 22nd minute, and Kwara United against Plateau United equally postponed because Kwara United is currently playing Ashanti Kotoko of Ghana. That match stands at 1-1 in the CAF Confederation Cup. Niger Tornadoes leading Ikorodu City by 3-0 at the 32nd minute. Remo Stars leading US Limajo by a single goal in the CAF Champions League, and for that reason they couldn't play their Nigeria Premier Football League match against Kano Pillars this weekend, so that match stands postponed. Shooting Stars against Gun Khalifat FC is 1-0 in favor of Shooting Stars at the 35th minute, and that is how we continue talking about Nigerian football right here on Today 95.1 FM. It is Today Sports Live, the continuation of it after we had interesting conversations surrounding other sports and then football in Europe. Ongoing on our screens as well is Arsenal up against Manchester City. That match is at the 13th minute, and is Manchester City looking to offer dominance right now after taking the lead via Erling Haaland, the Norwegian, whose duty is just to score goals for the Manchester City side. And right now it looks like City are threatening once again, looking to find spaces from the Arsenal side after they had that breakthrough via a counter-attack. So we are equally monitoring that one at the Emirates, as well as matches from other centers in Europe, to bring you the latest development, significant stories and events, as well as results when some of them are done, right here on Today 95.1 FM. My name remains Reliance Odonyin. I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman. These days I'm being called the man with Sabi One in sport. I'm sure you do not want to miss any part of it, because Rivers United yesterday did not get the much needed 3 points in Congo. Well, they began their campaign in the CAF Champions League this season via the first preliminary round with a goalless draw against Les Aigos du Congo in Kinshasa yesterday. They are back among Africa's elites. They were forced to dig deep in the first leg of their preliminary round tie, but kept the Congolese debutants at bay with a disciplined performance. Coach Feni Judgment endured a disrupted build-up after being denied the chance to train properly ahead of the match, and they started slowly in the face of early pressure. The hosts pushed forward in search of a breakthrough, but the Nigerian backline, marshaled by Tempele Mekaye and Stephen Manyo, threw bodies on the line to block every effort. The pattern remained the same in the second half, with Rivers United tends to defend compactly and rely on counter-attacks and set pieces. Les Aigos du Congo also struggled to fashion clear opportunities, as goalkeeper Osage Oniso Dumeya on his birthday was really troubled. Rivers, among others, also almost stole the win in stoppage time when Wisdom Samuel latched onto a loose clearance, but the strike veered narrowly wide. The contest ended goalless, leaving the tie delicately poised ahead of next weekend's return leg in Uyo. That's the Godswill Akpabio International Stadium, where Rivers United will play their home match and expected to have home support in that clash. So ended goalless. That's how it starts this season for teams from the Nigeria Premier Football League competing in respective CAF competitions. Goalless first for Rivers United. How about others? Remo Stars, Kwara United. Well, let's update us on what's going at these centers in the CAF Champions League. It's still 1-0 between Remo Stars and US Limajo. Yes, that match is at the 36 minutes. Remo Stars leading US Limajo by a single goal at Abeokuta. Unfortunately for Kwara United, Ashanti Kotoko has regained their lead. Ashanti Kotoko has now scored against Kwara United. It's now 2-1 after Kwara United pulled one back to Drew level. 1-1. Ashanti Kotoko had the first smile, breaking the deadlock to score. Kwara United pulled one back and equalized 1-0. And right now, just a couple of seconds ago, Ashanti Kotoko just made it looks nicely as they regain their lead. So that match stands at the 36th minute, 2-1 in favor of the home side. It's halftime between Abia Warriors and Joliba FC of Mali. Abia Warriors maintaining their 1-0 lead at halftime. Let's see what's going to happen in the second half of that encounter. So that's how things fare thus far in the CAF Champions League, CAF Confederation Cup, as well as in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Not forgetting national team football, because the Falconets had their match today against the under 20 side of Rwanda in a bid to make it to the under 20 FIFA World Cup. It's the CAF region qualifiers, and the Falconets were to take on their Rwandan side. As at the last time I checked that match, they were leading by a single goal. It was an own goal, by the way, scored by the Rwandan side to give the Nigerian under 20 female team the lead. So we'll let you in on what has transpired at that center, if there has been any difference from what we've seen thus far. So these are the talking points on the show. Let's let you in. Let's let you be part of it. 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962. Let's have your thoughts regarding what we are talking about from the Nigerians in the matches in the Nigeria Premier Football League, as well as performances thus far from the Nigerian side on the continent. Are you disappointed that Rivers United defended with their lives to come back with 1 point against their Congolese counterparts in their first match in the CAF Champions League? Are you disappointed? This side has not kicked a ball for a couple of months now, but here is Rivers United, who went there to secure what has been described as a vital draw. Are you disappointed, or you think it's okay? Come back to Adoke Mesimaka Stadium and get the job done. Yes, come back to Adoke Mesimaka Stadium, get the job done, beat them silly, and to send a statement to any of the opponents that's waiting for you in the second preliminary round. How about Remo Stars leading at the moment? Are you confident that Remo Stars could get past US Limajo and Mamelodi Sundowns, or you think it's going to be the end of the road for the champions of the Nigeria Premier Football League when they come up against South African side Mamelodi Sundowns? Let's have a thought. They won the Champions League in 2016. Sundowns from South Africa. Okay, then there's also Kwara United, who at the moment is currently down to Ashanti Kotoko. Oh my goodness me, Kwara United wasted no time equalizing. So it's turning into a 4-goal thriller at Ashanti Kotoko, host of Kwara United. That match stands at 2-2 at the moment. And guess what? It is half time between these two sides. Let's see what the next 45 minutes will hold for the Nigerian side, who are away from home. The coach did rally that Nigerians in Ghana should turn up en masse and support them as they hoped to get through Ashanti Kotoko to the second preliminary round of the CAF Confederation Cup. 2-2 at the moment between Kotoko and Kwara United. They are coming back twice at the moment to draw levels. Will they come back to win the match? We see how that goes as we get set for the second 45 minutes when it kickstart. That was another attempt by Manchester City to extend their lead, but this time David Raya said no, I can answer this question. So it's still 1-0 in favor of Manchester City, even as we see Noni Madueke having to beat from the right hand side, looking to get into the box, and delivered a cross that was a little too weak and successfully blocked. Is now the man Bernardo with the ball for Manchester City as they look to advance. Looks like City is leaving open, or make that Arsenal leaving open, making themselves, so vulnerable when City are on the counter attack. Alex Kabari joins me for this part of the conversation.
Yeah, I definitely think, good evening, Reliance, and I definitely think Arsenal are, if not anything, at least with the lead that Manchester City have taken, they do look very vulnerable, in transition. City are kind of looking for a way to extend their lead in transition, and City adding another goal to this lead is going to turn this game into, a tie that you completely did not expect or did not see coming. A lot of people would have pegged Arsenal as favourites coming into this one, but I mean, Pep Guardiola might look to have something up his sleeves, not only taking the lead early on, but also looking very threatening in transition. So it's an even game. You'd expect Arsenal to bounce back at some points, but going 2 goals down, well, you really can't tell from there again.
Okay, Kwara United can tell because they are 2-2 against their host. Here is a chance for Arsenal to equalize, but that chance has been scuttled
successfully. Vardiol on defensive duty, but danger not yet averted. Arsenal still looking to build. They've lost possession. It's going to be a chance for a counter. Tijani Renders combining rights quite well with Jeremy Doku, but that will not go the way Doku wanted. He wanted to do a 1-2 with Renders, but that did not go down successfully. But Arsenal still in possession of the ball. There's going to be an offside. So it's Man City 1, Arsenal nil. Remo Stars again, US Zilimajo playing at the Bikuta Stadium. You'll be thinking Remo Stars should make it 2, and yes, they have. 2-0. Remo Stars have scored against US Zilimajo. It's now 2-0 in favor of the Nigerian side, taking a convincing lead before half time. Like I told Benjamin, there's that confidence that Remo Stars will get past US Zilimajo, or do you think differently?
Yeah, I definitely think that this should be the tie where they're like, okay, let's get the job done and get it done pretty well. And they're doing the job at home, you know. A 3-goal lead or more would be very nice. I mean, just to be secure. So not just to be secure, but to the extent where you can actually go away to Zilimaju and you still rest some key players. You know you're anticipating Mamelodi Sundowns. You know you're definitely going to meet them, and you have to bring your A game when you see them. So resting some key players after going, let's say, 3-4 goals up in the first leg. We've seen it done by a lot of teams. The top teams do it where they get past someone. They know who they have ahead, and they're like, okay, this match is, or this tie is basically over. Let's rest our key players. Let's go away there and then show them that, okay, we can at least hold on, maybe collect a draw away from home. If the quality on your bench is not enough to secure a win, you take a draw. You've beaten them properly enough at home. Look forward to that Sundowns clash. Like you did say, they have a 70% chance of going back home. So they need to turn the tie in their favor. They need to find a way to put the odds in their favor. It's extremely difficult to do. But I mean, if there's any chance of any club in Nigeria doing it, it definitely has to be Remo Stars.
And the good thing is that the reverse fixture will still be played at Abeokuta Stadium because the Magic do not have a home stadium. So that's home. So take your time and beat them very well.
He's home all the way. I mean, they do have the advantage definitely with this, and I think that tie is over. Like when I did see the matchup, I was like, okay, this should be a progression to the next round, definitely for Remo Stars. And I mean, they are doing the job. Kudos to them. I think they have about 35 to 40 minutes left. I think the second half just started, didn't it?
Yeah.
And they have time, I would say, to add to their lead, their 2-goal lead already, and to make it even better and to progress to the next round. So yeah, they have the advantage across 2 legs, and I wish they would have done the same thing for Sundowns, but Sundowns get stadium.
They play.
So let's just see. Okay, like we said, focus on the first game, focus on the next one, and then when you're done, you can see what comes out from the next.
All right, at other centers in the CAF Champions League, it ended between El Gecko Plus of Madagascar against Silver Strikers of Mali. That match ended 1-1. Colombia of Cameroon against Giraffe of Senegal ended goalless. Jammus of South Sudan against Al Hilal of Umdurman of Sudan ended goalless. Between Fundación Bata of Guinea and Nouadhibou of Mauritania, that match is goalless at the moment at the 70th minute, while Asfan of Niger up against Esperance of Tunisia is 1-0 to Tunis side winning at the 52nd minute, and Leopard of Congo against Black Bulls of Mozambique goalless. Halftime between ASC Kara of Togo against RS Berkane of Morocco. It's goalless between both sides. East End Lions of Sierra Leone losing to US Monastir of Tunisia 1-0 at halftime. And of course, Remo Stars leading US Zilimajo by 2-0. Okay, still to expect in the CAF Champions League. Simba of Zimbabwe will take on Nsingizini Hotspur of Eswatini by 7 p.m. while Rio Banjul of Gambia will play host to FAR Rabat, that's FAR Rabat of Morocco by 8 p.m. In the CAF Confederation Cup at other centers, it's the Keda of that should be Somalia 1-0 against Zamala Ruwaba of Sudan, and Mighty Wanderers of Mali taking on Waneng Galaxy of that should be Botswana. I'm going to confirm that 1-0 in favor of Mighty Wanderers. Halftime. Okay, I did mention Abiyawaras against Zilimajo. Halftime, Ashanti Kotoko against Kwara United. 1-0 Abiyawaras, 2-2 Kwara United, Ashanti Kotoko. Still to expect is going to be Generation F of Senegal up against Academia the FAD of Ivory Coast. That match comes up by 7 p.m. Let's look at the Nigeria Premier Football League. Let's update you on what's ongoing in the Nigeria Premier Football League thus far. There are only about 4 teams who are not playing this weekend: Rivers United, Kwara United, and Remo Stars, including Abia Warriors due to their continental engagement. Goalless between Bayelsa United and Nasarawa United. El Kanemi Warri Wolves stands at 1-0 El Kanemi. Enyimba Bendel Insurance halftime 1-1 between both sides. 3-0 Ikorodu City losing to Niger Tornadoes. Halftime is about to be called upon, and then there is also Shooting Stars against Kun Khalifat, and that match stands by at 1-0. Shooting Stars leading Kun Khalifat FC. So these are the score lines of some centers and results from other centers in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Be part of the conversation. 0701 9339 962. That is 0701 9339 962, as we head home stretch to talk about other matters regarding Nigerian football still. And let's start again. Let's go back to Rivers United match. They couldn't get all vital 3 points. Do you think this might come back to haunt them when they take on their opponents from Congo next weekend at the Gospel Akpabio International Stadium?
Well, I think it's definitely a must where you look at it and it's I'll term yourself as favourite. And I always like a situation, especially with the away go rule, to go away to your opponent's home and to at least score. That tie being 0-0 is poised in a very dangerous way, because what's their opponent? Is it Joliba? Rivers
United. No, their opponent is called Les Aigos du Congo. I hope I got, it's a French word. I hope I didn't murder. Please, you French people. I'm a linguist. If I murder the name, forgive me. I'm not good with French.
When they do go at home to Les Aigos du Congo, and your opponent takes the lead on you, meaning they do have their away goal advantage.
Yeah.
You don't have to score 1, you have to score 2. Away goal rules can be one very funny thing. I could remember a lot of scenes in UEFA, and even in the last season's CAF Champions League final, from one goal that is being scored, pyramids collide, and the next thing, the final was taking a whole different shape and from how it originally was. So, I mean, all of that just coming together to play a huge role. I want to see Rivers United. We want to see them progress, but that result away from home, even a 1-1 draw, I will take it. I will take a 1-1 draw as long as you scored. But that goalless this now means all they have to do is ensure that they do not score. And if with any chance they do not concede and go ahead to score the first goal, let's say maybe leading by halftime, it's very tricky now. You don't need 1, you need 2. So Rivers United, they are coming back home. Obviously, they have the home advantage. They will need to keep their head down and to find a way to get that victory without any complications. But whereas you go ahead to concede first, you've already brought about the complications that you're trying to avoid in the first place. So Rivers United, it's a tricky tie, but I do expect them to still come up, although it was a disappointing first leg. I mean, they have a chance to redeem themselves at home, and they'll want to do that without complications, especially if they want to show a good showing ahead of, like, to at least strike fear into your potential opponents in the next round, and you want to at least tell them that, okay, we could do something against you. So I think they'll still turn up to the occasion. I think they'll do well despite their disappointing result away.
All right, Rivers United fans, call me up. Let me know what you think about the goalless draw that your team managed against Les Aigos du Congo in Kinshasa yesterday. Let's have your thoughts on that one. Are you confident of Rivers United getting the job done at the Dokimesi Market Stadium, or it might come back to haunt them? Failure to get an away goal, where in CAF competitions there is still that away goal rule that's applicable. It's only UEFA that has abolished that, at least to the best of my knowledge at the moment. CAF still have it in. So do you think it's going to come back to haunt United? That's United from Rivers. Let's have your thoughts. 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. let's look at Kwara United, and I mean, for them to be able to score 2 past Kotoko away from home.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something we just talked about. They've been able to score 2 goals now, so it makes it difficult for Kotoko to come to either the Kwara Township Stadium in Ilorin if it gets approved, or the Abeokuta Stadium to manage anything. Miracles do happen. Things do happen in football, but you would say that Kwara United, with the way it stands now, have placed themselves in a comfortable position to calm their head and see the match through over 2 legs.
Well, it's 4 goals at halftime. I would like to see the goals or the results at least at full time, and I'm hoping that they can at least, even if they go 3-2 up Kotoko, it's still a very threatening position for them. You've considered 2 away goals, which you are not supposed to let in. I think after they considered the first one, they must have been thinking, don't concede again, and somehow they've conceded yet again. So it's 4 goals in the first half. It's 2 away goals for Kwara United. They are in a great position, and if they could hold on to it, if they could even add to it, maybe we could see more goals. Who knows how the second half could play? We could see more goals. We could see a 3-0 draw, a 4-0 draw. I'm hoping for at least the results for Kwara United. Who says Kwara United can't also win there too? So it hangs in the balance. But I mean, things are perfectly poised for our Nigerian club sides for at least the first stage of this competition so far. They look like they are in great positions to at least take a very favorable position ahead of the second leg, if not to progress already. So 2 goals away, like we just said, the away goal rule. What that means is, if this game ends as it currently is 2-2 now, you're going away and you're going to try. You must score.
Yeah,
that's the first thing. You must score. But in an instance where you've been scored 1 on, you need to score 2 away from home. So I mean, it's the best position you'd ask for. It's one of the places you'd want to be if you're a fan of Kwara United. And the fact that they went 1 goal down, they responded almost immediately. When another goal down again, lost the lead, and almost immediately responded again. It just tells you that these teams are not here to play. So far, we've not lacked any goals in any of them, barring Rivers United yesterday. So it's quite the performance you want. Like I did say with Rivers United, I said I would rather take a 1-1 draw, which means that you scored away from home, you have an away goal, than to finish the game as it was all goalless. So if you look at it, Kwara United definitely have the advantage, and at home I think they would probably want to do enough, to stick to your basics. If I don't have to come out and score, I'm not going to come out and score. I can defend you perfectly. If I had to hit you on the transition and try to score, I'll do just that. But all I have to do is make sure that you don't score. Once I stop you from scoring for 90 minutes, I'm progressing. I'm going through to the next round. So the task has been made easier for them. But of course, there's still 45 more minutes to go in Ghana, and they'll want to at least hold on to it. They'll not want to concede again. And who says maybe even if they concede, they can't also draw it back up? Probably they could push for even a go-ahead goal to kill off the situation entirely. So I mean, it's well poised for them. It's in the best of shape, and they'll be looking for that advantage, and they definitely have it already.
Go ahead, go. That's what Kwara United will be looking for right now. That reminds me of Go Ahead Eagles, the name of a football club. But it's now 43 minutes left before the second half is concluded between Ashanti Kotoko and Kwara United. We are underway, and same can be said between Abia Warriors and Joliba. We are underway. Abia Warriors still holding a slim lead against Joliba FC of Mali. If Joliba scores now, things becomes threatening for Abia Warriors side. But just coming in, breaking news right now. Nigeria, I just saw a goal update. I'll get back to it. Nigeria's under 20 girls Falconet pipped host Rwanda 1-0 in the 2026 FIFA Under 20 Women's World Cup second round first leg qualifying match in Kigali just a couple of hours ago. Both teams fought hard on the pitch of the Kigali Pele Stadium located in the Nyamirambo districts of the city, but there was no breakthrough for either side in a gritty first 45 minutes. Alaba Olabi scored from a goal mouth scramble off a corner kick in the 70th minute to give Nigeria victory and put smiles on the face of head coach Moses Aduku in his first outing with the team. Both sides will clash in the return leg at the Lekon Salami Stadium, Ibadan on Saturday, and the Falcons delegation will return tomorrow morning to Nigeria. So 1-0 lead for the Nigeria. And before we talk about the Nigeria on the 20 side, I mean, still looking at the match between Arsenal and Manchester City, we are heading into the 37th minute of the encounter. Why does it look like only one side of the attack of Manchester, of Arsenal, is working? And that's the side that we find Nani
Madueke on. A lot of Arsenal fans, we had about 3 to 4 callers call in and question Arteta's decision to omit not only Eze but Martinelli on the left side, and Trossard. So far, everybody were crying, why did he start? So far, he has shown why he should not have started this match. I mean, he came on and scored against Bilbao, and he sort of reminded everyone that, Trossard is still an Arsenal player. But, I mean, is this the kind of game where you really want Trossard to start? And I think you'd rather go for your most creative players, or at least someone who can cause havoc. And I don't think Trossard is any of that right now. I think he's a more technical and strategic kind of player where you deploy in certain situations. I don't think he's someone you call on for immediate creativity like Eze would give you, or the chaos and absolute. Sometimes Martinelli doesn't even know what he's doing. He surprises even himself, which is why he tends to surprise his opponent sometimes. So I mean, he probably should have started with any of that one for creativity, and he did not. And I think it's showing in the Arsenal game. And Kusanov has kept him very quiet. Kusanov has what was that? Nearly a mistake. Rodri sorted. I think that's Kusanov. His passing is not still okay. Have they dug themselves out of it? Okay, it's cleared now.
They just cleared the ball. Yeah.
So I mean, could City go on their own? Okay.
Well, City has a chance to counter again, and here's Rinders asking for the ball from Jeremy Doku from the right hand side. Jeremy Doku trying to beat his man. He gets into the edge of the box, and then will he take a shot? He's trying to beat 1-2, and he has been dispossessed and decided to pass. And the return ball from Rodri was not well placed and directed, so that will not amount to anything. He should have released the pass.
Yeah, I think he had a chance to hit the shot off after going past. I think that was Saliba.
Yeah.
He went past Saliba. He went inside, created space for himself right here, and could have put the shot off.
Yeah, released the shot.
He didn't, and then I think the option back to Rodri was the wrong one. Rodri did not look well primed, but Arsenal has no shot on target. It's almost halftime. Would that be a foul? No, not given.
And then we saw an incident in the box when a corner was crossed in, and it looked like there was a push from Haaland on Gabriel. Do you think that was enough for a review at least?
I think the only indication of a contact there is the fact that Gabriel lost his boots,
his balance,
and also his boots too in the process. I think a leg of his boots were undone when that challenge happened. So that's the only indication that a contact happened. If not, I think the referee didn't give it a second look. He must have thought it was too soft. I didn't see too much of it, but I don't think it was enough for a review. But like I said, Arsenal are having serious creative problems. Luckily for them, a certain man, Bukayo Saka, is back.
He's on the bench.
On the bench, and he's probably set to.
Eze is also on the bench.
Eze is on the bench too. They only miss Odegaard today, and I think this is his first. If he does come on, will be his first appearance since the international break, a week or two before the international break. So it's been quite some time, and I know he's raring to go. So it will be quite the story if he comes on and tries to pull them back into this game. But so far, Arsenal have looked very toothless going forward, and like I said, if City doubles this lead, then I really don't know if I see a way back for them.
Now, is this City side looking threatening, or they are just looking for how to manage this game and get whatever they can get out of it?
I spoke about this with Xabi Alonso. I was using Xabi Alonso's Real Madrid as a case. I said Real Madrid fans should come to the notion that maybe you won't always have the ball or dominate your opponents totally. And that's the same thing I want to say for Manchester City. You might not always dominate your opponents totally, but where you have
here is Nani Madueke for a chance, and decided to take away shot that went wide off the bar.
I think someone nicked it.
Let's see if there was a deflection. Calafiori to the left hand side, cross in. Nani Madueke had it and then took a shot and looked like Doku had his leg on it, to the disappointment and frustration of Coach Mikel Arteta, the only man that looks to be biting in this match, but he has not had enough bite, to create for the team, is Nani Madueke. Maybe that's also because the team trusts that right wing to do something. So it's going to be a corner kick, and Declan Rice to take the corner. Saliba has the aerial ability and he's standing right there in the box, and the corner taking, and the goalkeeper headed it away, and there was a return header by Saliba, but that would not hurt Donnarumma, who equally has the height advantage, just as the other players. So he had to make sure that one wouldn't trouble anybody. So back to City and how they are managing the game.
Yeah, I think they are doing pretty well. To the game plan. If this was their game plan, then we have to say they've executed it so well so far. They've stopped Arsenal from getting a shot on target. They've scored an Arsenal that their main point this season was the only goal we considered was a set piece to Liverpool. Arsenal fans, their cry has been, we have not considered
from open play.
Exactly. So for City to come away to Emirates and score that goal in the opening 10 minutes was very key. And we'll just see how it plays out. I think they might hold the lead till halftime at least, and we'll see how it plays out with the substitute Arteta plans and maybe whatever he says in the halftime team talk. But City, like I did say with the Madrid example I gave, you will not have as much possession or control as many games as you'd expect. But what you do have to do is you find a way to win games. Right now, Pep Guardiola does not need to show his dominance in possession. He needs to find a way to be converting 3 points. That's what's necessary right now. That's what's key. And that's what this Manchester City side tends to want to do. They had less possession versus Manchester United, won the game 3-0. They also had even less possession versus Napoli before the red card incident. Napoli had more of the ball than Manchester City. But after the red card is when they began to, obviously with the one-man advantage grew into the game, got the goals. But it's about results right now for Pep Guardiola, and he's finding every way to win it.
For the third time asking, Ashanti Kotoko are leading Kwara United. It's now 3-2 for the Ghanaian side. I told you I saw a goal update, but I wasn't sure which team scored from my dashboard right here. So it's Ashanti Kotoko. Looking to rub poto on Kwara United. It's Ashanti Kotoko leading by 3-2. Kwara United have been able to give themselves 2 goals cushion in the first leg of this clash away from home. Can Kwara United bounce back 3 consecutive time in this match? Well, let's see what happens. Ashanti Kotoko had the first smile, 1-0. Kwara United pegged back 1-1. Ashanti Kotoko returned to extend the lead 2-1, and Kwara United weren't sleeping. But Arsenal looks not to be sleeping. Nani Madueke from the right hand side, looking to beat his man, has to rally in front of him, and rally dispossesses him. Arsenal still with the ball, looking to find an opportunity. That's Timbers. Nani Madueke inside the box. He attempted a cross, beat his man, and cross it in. Here is Donnarumma with a point save, and it's not done. And Calafieri has decided to throw it away beyond anywhere.
Everything right now for Arsenal, every creativity is coming off his wing. He's playing like a different person since leaving Chelsea. I know the Chelsea fans will not want to hear this, but yes,
isn't it obvious?
Madueke is playing like someone else. This is the Madueke I watched at PSV Eindhoven, and I mean, he did show a little of that at Chelsea, but since then he has no. I think Arteta tends to bring the best out of his players. We saw the same with Havertz, who you might say is not 100, but Havertz will at least give you a threat in the attacking area, or goals, or some sort of presence that is necessary. So he's finding a way to make it work. And Madueke has just been their solid point. The only problem is you can't have just one solid point. I think he will make some changes so that he can attack and threaten from both sides.
And I'm also thinking Man City might want not to play the holding football, the possessive football this season. They might not want to play all season. It might shock you that in the end, City will not want to play this thing because you have a Donnarumma who is not good with his leg. So they might be like, let's not expose our goalkeeper. I'll hold the possession, no problem. But what we want to do is find a way to score. But here is Arsenal against Madueke in the box. How's Riley to beat? Try to beat him inside, dress in the position and take a shot that was blocked. That was very close.
Wow.
Donnarumma, back-to-back save. You need somebody like him with the kind of ability he has, the kind of presence he has to save even the first one he punched away. And then this particular one, a very close shot, just within. I can call that within. That should be. That should be about 3 yards. 3 yards close to the goalkeeper, and he was able to keep that one away. But Arsenal are back in it. They want to cross right now. 4 minutes of additional time after the first 45 minutes completed. A cross has been sent in and he has been headed away, but Arsenal danger not averted. They still have the ball back to Nane Madueke, who took the cross. He's trying to beat O'Reilly once again and he's looking to counter and decides to go back across into the box, looking to find Calafiori, who is struggling. That should be Gabriel rather. Attempted to keep that one away from becoming through in for City. Did that successfully. Arsenal still looking to ask questions, putting pressure on Manchester City.
We are just as I spoke about their no shot on target statistic. They've gotten like 2 or 3 in succession, so they are beginning to ask questions of the Manchester City. Doku wants that to run for a corner, it won't, and he has to. He almost did that pretty well.
But he has successfully. Foden came in and rescued Doku, who was looking for a goal kick. So it's now going to be a goal kick. What's on the face of Pep Guardiola, by the way? I hope it's not that scratch he had last season that he scratched himself after the loss against which team did they lose again, where he said he wanted to injure himself. So it's 4 minutes of additional time. It's going to be a goal kick for Manchester City. Let's go back to the Nigerian conversation in football this evening. Do not forget to be part of the conversation. The SMS and the WhatsApp portal is where we are taking your reactions at the moment. 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. How is it going in Abeokuta? Well, Remo Stars are still leading US Zilimajo by 2-0. All right. How is it going in the camp where Abia was taking on Jeliba FC? They are still leading by a single goal, and Kwara United still down by 3-2 against Asante Kotoko. How about in the Nigeria Premier Football League? How are the score lines? The man is down at Emirates, and that man plays for Manchester City. His name is Bernardo Silva. Well, look at what happened to him in the replay. But in the meantime, Bayelsa United have been able to break the deadlock against Nasarawa United, scoring a single goal to lead at the 45th minute. El Kanemi Warriors have equally scored against Warri Wolves, 1-0. And Enyimba between Bendel Insurance still stands at 1-1 at the 54th minute. Niger Tornadoes have not been able to add another one to the 3 goals they scored in the first half up against Ikorodu City. We are heading into the 60th minute of that encounter. Shooting Stars against Kun Khalifat FC stands at 2-0. Shooting Stars leading at the 55th minute. What about other centers in other leagues in the German Bundesliga? Bayer Leverkusen goalless against Borussia Mönchengladbach. I'm sure you must have been told that Eintracht Frankfurt lost at home to Union Berlin in a 7-goal thriller, 3-4. Yep, in the Serie A. The only match ongoing right now is Fiorentina against Como, and Tina is leading by a single goal. Inter Sassuolo comes up by 7:45. How about in the League? AS Monaco against Messi at halftime, 1-1 at that center. Angers against Toulouse. Toulouse is actually losing at halftime by a single goal. Le Havre against Lorient stands at 1-0, I should say. Lorient leading away from home at half time. So those are the matches ongoing at the moment. In other leagues, only one match ongoing in the English Premier League, the one that we are reporting live in the studio. Arsenal against Manchester City, with Arsenal down by a single goal. No thanks to the Norwegian Erling Haaland. Be part of the conversation. 0701 933 9962. That is 0701 933 9962. Here is not a Madueke again, but this time around O'Reilly read him very well and was able to scuttle whatever danger or threats that he brought on. But here is Erling Haaland looking to cause threat of his own up against Saliba. Saliba held him quite well. Even with a combination of Doku, they could not get past Saliba, but they had to share handshakes and tell themselves, we did quite good winning a throw-in for ourselves. So City still leading Arsenal by a single goal. Let's talk about the Falconets. So 1-0 lead against Rwanda in the World Cup qualifiers is the first match. They'll come back on Saturday for the reverse leg that comes up at the Lekon Salami Stadium. You're thinking they should get the job done, or is 1-0 too slim?
Yeah, I think well, it's a really slim lead, but at the end of the day, they should get the job done. Doku, okay. Manchester City, I think this should be halftime. I don't think there's time to take the corner. Yeah, it is halftime at the Emirates. City take the lead into halftime. Well, we'll see what Arteta tweaks up at halftime. But yeah, like we were saying about the Falcons, ahead of the return leg against Rwanda. I mean, it's always 1-0 is always a very tricky tie. I think it's probably the thing that is for me almost mental. It's a mental thing, but for me, I think 1-0 lead is the trickiest thing. Even in a live game, even as City is leading 1-0, it can change in an instant. It can all spoil on from there. So it's a tricky tie considering the fact that you still have 90 more minutes. But I mean, you'd expect the Falcons to at least find a way to propel themselves and get that extra that extra energy, that extra boost here to be able the Falcons, to be able to get the boost to get the win too at home. I mean, you've gone away and you've been able to pick up points, you've been able to win that leg, and now you are anticipating.
It's still points though.
Okay,
it's knockout anyway. So
okay,
you might not say points.
Okay, let's just put it as win, because I also heard you refer to Rivers United as points. So yeah, we can also say it's point. If you collect 1 point, no, but seriously, I was considering your idea when you did say they should at least make some of this into a league phase format where you can have more teams, introduce more teams to the CAF Champions League, and have them face off against each other. We don't want to see Remo Stars, champions of the NPFL, going home right now, which looks very likely after once they cross the Limaju. And there's almost nothing we can do about it. But it's Sundowns. Our Super Eagles team have not been able to beat a 70% Sundowns dominated South Africa side, and you're really thinking, what are the chances for our Remo Stars boys? I mean, they will give it their all, but you really don't see it happening. So would like maybe an extension so that we could see more of this. But yeah, back to the Falcons, and we do expect a home victory at least. Let's just put it frankly, and to at least scale past Rwanda.
All right, in case you are just joining us, we are still talking football, but from the Nigerian scene, while also reporting the match between Arsenal and Manchester City. In case you missed it, Bayelsa United is leading Nasarawa United by a single goal. El Kanemi is leading Warri Wolves by a single goal. Enyimba Bendel Insurance stands at 1-1. Niger Tornadoes, Ikorodu City 3-0 Tornadoes. Shooting Stars against Kon Kalifat FC 2-0. Shooting Stars. Those are the score lines. And in the CAF Confederation Cup, Abia Warriors leading Joliba AC of Mali by a single goal at the 65th minute. Asante Kotoko leading Kwara United by 3-2 at the 66th minute. Yes, Kwara United have scored 2 goals. They might come back to even draw this one because they came back twice, Asante Kotoko led twice, and United had to come back twice to level things 2-2 before halftime. And in the second half, just a couple of minutes into the second half, Kotoko regained the lead 3-2. Something that Alex has said, it's good for them. You've been able to score 2 goals away from home. Come back home and see what you are able to do, because right now you are advantaged by virtue of away goal rule still applicable in CAF football. For Remo Stars, they are still leading US Limajo by 2-0 at the 64th minute. These are the score lines from centers in the CAF Champions League as well as Confederation Cup regarding Nigerian teams, because we are talking Nigerian football right now. I did give the score lines and results of some matches in the CAF Champions League outside Nigerian teams as well as the CAF Confederation Cup. Hopefully, I'm able to do that again before we run out of the studio. But for now, Rivers United drew goalless yesterday against Les Ayes de Congo yesterday. According to the match report, they had to defend and depend on counter-attack. And they defended well. They didn't concede. They should have taken the lead. Stoppage time, but an attempt by one of the players veered off the goalpost, and that didn't give the Rivers United side any goal. And I'm asking for a side who has not played football for a couple of months now, the Les Ayes de Congo side, in which Rivers United played against, and Rivers United have been playing actively in the Nigeria Premier Football League. Is it a disappointment that they couldn't beat that side? Is it a disappointment that they couldn't beat? Because it felt like Rivers United had the relatively easiest opponent, considering what has been happening in Congo regarding their football. But right now, other teams are doing much better than Rivers United. Kwara United is losing, but if you want to look at it, they have an advantage. 2 goals away from home. For Rivers, you come back to Gospel Babi International Stadium, it's open because nobody scored. So you mistakenly concede, or there's a counter-attack and you concede, just like City countered Arsenal and scored. Yeah, Bege don't come. It don't start. Because that's an away goal. You have to score 2. So, what do you think? Is it dangerous for Rivers United? Let's have a thought. 0810-9510951. That is 0810-9510951. That is our SMS and our... Sorry, that's the phone line, not the SMS and our WhatsApp portal. That's the phone line for you to call to be part of it. 0810-9510951. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it's double at 0701-933-9962. That is 0701-933-9962. Talk to us on the phone line 0810-9510951. Again, 0810-9510951. It's half time between Arsenal and Manchester City. Going into the second half, Alex, what does Pep has to do?
He definitely has to keep the lead. He has the lead already. He has to keep it. I'm just looking through this clip right now, and I just noticed something. People don't realize how fast Erling Haaland is. Him and Gabriel take off at the same pace. He leaves him in the dust and goes on to face Saliba, who's obviously backtracking.
Yeah.
The analysis here says they should force Reinders to make that pass to Doku so that the ball goes wing way instead of the central route that Haaland was taking. But I just want to talk about his speed. He is so fast, and a lot of people don't realize it. He's actually very quick off the ball, and his movements are obviously good. But back to Pep Guardiola, I mean, you have a 1-goal lead. It's not what I would say a dream position. A dream position for Guardiola will be 2 or 3 goals.
Yeah.
This is not a dream position, especially with the way Arsenal ended that that first half on the front foot. 3 shots on target right at the end, and a host of corners. I think 5 to 6 now.
Yeah.
We know set piece are a huge part of their game. It's one of their strengths. You try to limit that from happening, and you try to stop their movements in and around, and of course focus on transitions. The same way Haaland took the lead, you'd be looking at doing almost similar stuff when going forward again in transitions. You're looking at how do I punish this Arsenal side going forward, and you're looking to make the lead 2-0 at least, or to double it, or to even make it even more. But at least you have a 1-goal lead. You build on from there, and which is what Pep Guardiola is currently thinking. Well, for Mikel Arteta, his objective is very simple. Madueke has been by far your best player this first half. Throw in someone else who offers just as much as he does. I don't know if bringing on Saka, I think it definitely affects Madueke's position.
Yeah.
If you bring on Saka, you have to switch Madueke to the other wing, where I don't think he's as productive as he is here too. So,
all right, more on this when we return from the market. And Ademola Lookman returned for Atalanta. Did he score? How many minutes did he play against Torino? Ademola Lookman. More coming up on Today Sports Live. We have to go to the markets. When we return, the conversation continues surely.
Tony Bags Limited. We produce polypropylene branded nylon bags for companies and market use.
Oh yes, are you into rice production and packaging of all kinds? Our PP polypropylene bags is specially made for you. Bentoni Bags Limited. We produce top-notch branded bags, nylon for companies' use. Whatever business you are doing, you need our bags for packaging and easy movement. Our products are shopping sacks, agro sacks, nylon, twine, nail sacks, and general PP woven sacks. Locate us at plot in 23 Harbour Industrial Layout, Atani Road, Onisha, behind the former Paul Mike Sports Stadium, Onisha. Our contact phone numbers are 0913-966-3639 or 0813-928-4850.
Bentoni Bags Limited.
Bentoni Bags Limited. Originality is our name.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Thank you very much for staying right there and joining us once again as we continue our conversations here surrounding Nigerian football on today's Sports Live, reaching you from the studios of your premium news talk and sports radio station Today 95.1 FM, situated in the Garden City of Port Harcourt. My name remains Reliable Reliance O'Dunion. I am your reliable radio spokesman, the classical gentleman these days. I'm being called the Mawe Sabi one in sport. I have Alex Kabari on the other side, and together we are looking at matters surrounding Nigerian football while also bringing you a live report from Emirates, where Arsenal are currently down by a single goal to Manchester City. Do not forget you can be part of it. 0701-933-9962. That is 0701-933-9962. The phone line is 0810-9510-951. 0810-9510-951. That is our phone number for you to call in and be part of the conversation. We've talked about the performances of the Nigerian sides on the continent thus far. Rivers United goalless draw against Les Ayo du Congo in Kinshasa yesterday, and Joliba FC, well, they are currently down to Abia Warriors by a single goal. US Limajo currently down to Remo Stars by 2-0. Kwara United currently down to Ashanti Kotoko away from home. Oh, by the way, Remo Stars have just made it 3-0. Yep, Remo Stars have made it 3-0. So they are cruising to victory. They can afford to take Alexis' advice, and the reverse fixture that's still going to happen in the same center, resting some players and make sure they get ready for what looks like to be their own CAF Champions League final when they come up against Mamelodi Sundowns in the second preliminary round. So that's it. Remo Stars leading Zilimajo by 3-0. And unfortunately for Kwara United, it's now 4-2 Ashanti Kotoko. So Ashanti Kotoko is doing everything possible to make sure that, look, we do not put ourselves in a difficult situation whatsoever when we travel to Nigeria. It's now 4-2 Ashanti Kotoko up against Kwara United. So there is now 1 goal deficit. That's what that means. 1 goal deficit. So Kwara will need to win Ashanti Kotoko by at least 2 goals without conceding in Nigeria if they are to progress. That's if the scoreline remains a result, stands like this and remains a result. That match is at the 77th minute between Kotoko and Kwara United. Abia were still managing a 1-0 lead against Joliba AC of Mali. In the Nigeria Premier Football League, well, some matches are equally ongoing for teams not on the continent. I'm sure you like to know what's going down and who's leading who. But before then, let's talk about halftime. So we talked about Pep needs to keep hold of it. The same approach, right? Allow Arsenal to do the playing, lock up spaces, hit on the counter when you have, when you have the chance to. But for Arsenal and Arteta, if they are to get something out of this match, what should Arteta do in the second half?
Well, I think it's very obvious. You're behind. Throw everything you have at the game right now and hope to at least, at worst, or should I say at best, pick a point. I don't know if I would say at best or at worst, because the Arsenal fans coming into this fixture, they were shouting 3 points. They know they need 3 points, and I think this second half already on that way. That was fast.
Okay, Eberechieze has been introduced. Second half about to start.
But I still see Trossard on the pitch. So
Trossard is still there.
Sacrificed one of the midfielders.
It looks like is that still Nani Madueke?
I think it's Merino.
I can't find Nani Madueke on the pitch.
Saka is on.
Saka is on
for Madueke.
So it means that Trossard is still there. So let's see. Let's confirm the changes for Arsenal. So Eberechieze has been introduced. Bukayo Saka returns to play for the first time since being injured. Arsenal, Mikel Arteta still discussing with his assistants to see if they can tweak things better off than they've done before. They are now fourth on the Premier League table, courtesy of this result. Declan Rice having conversations with Bukayo Saka, and they look to see what they will do. Bukayo Saka returns to his right hand side, and Eberechieze definitely looks like he's going to be operating from the left hand side, but we are yet to confirm. Obviously, Nani Madueke is out. Nani Madueke is out, has been substituted. Now we have to confirm who did Eberechieze come on for, just as we see the players about to come out of the tunnel for Manchester City. Donnarumma having some conversations. Jeremy Doku having a discussion with his team official. Erling Haaland leading the ride. Of course, it has to be the captain, Bernardo Silva, in front of Erling Haaland, leading the players out of the tunnel. The only reason why City is leading at the moment is because of this Norwegian Erling Haaland, who is a bullish kind of player anytime he has the ball in front of goal. And he proved that to be true when he did have a chance in the first 20 minutes against David Raya in goal for Arsenal. So, and it's going to be a change too for Pep Guardiola. So Pep Guardiola is going to make a substitution of his own. Matthews Nunes comes in.
I think that is Kusanov. I think Kusanov is injured.
Matthews Nunes comes in as well. Let's confirm who has been taken off for Matthews. So there have been 3 changes across both sides before the beginning of the second half. 3 changes made across both sides as we are about to have the second half kickoff at the Emirates Stadium. What does Mikel Arteta need to do in order to ensure that he gets something out of it? We are underway at the Emirates Stadium, and it's Arsenal who have started proceedings, looking to find a bite and see if they can get something out of the match, while we await confirmation of the substitutions done by the 2 managers in Mikel Arteta and Pep Guardiola. But for now, we are back underway, and City just regained the lead, and Jaren Timbers just considered a yellow card for his side. So Nani Madueke and Mikel Merino are the players substituted for Eberechieze and Bukayo Saka to come on for Arsenal, while Kusanov is the victim of the substitution, the first substitution for Pep Guardiola, and that sees the introduction of Matthews Nunes from the bench. What do you make of the subs?
I definitely think I saw Kusanov limp, at least go down at least twice, and then limp down the halfway tunnel, and he looked like he might still continue, but I mean it's out. He looks like it's out for him, and we just hope it's not a long-term injury. But his replacement in Matthews Nunes is not a solid one. You want some sort of cover defensively. Nunes does not give you that. I think Nunes is someone that going forward will always give you presence. Matthews Nunes' best attribute will always be going forward, and he's not even a right back. He's a midfielder. Are we forgetting that? So, wow, that is cheaply given away there by Vardio. And Arsenal have already started very brightly. Their intention is clear. I think Arsenal will definitely find a way back into this game. I don't know if they'll win it or how much time they'll have to win it, but I think they'll definitely find a way back into this game, and they've been on the front foot. But the Trossard substitution, I don't know why Trossard, maybe he wants to have a natural right footer on the left wing, but for me, Trossard did not do enough in the first half. I think he's going to do better because he's facing Nunez instead of Kusanov in this second half.
And Eberichize looks to be playing from the attacking midfield, from the middle. How much would whatever happens in the second half depend on him?
Yeah, it will depend on. Like I said, he needs to go for it. I said he needs to go creative and throw in all his best attacking players right now. Anyone that is fit and available, he just needs to go with them. And so far he has already shown that he's going to do that. And
well, that was a chance for Arsenal to draw level by Zubimendi. He had an opportunity to take the shot at the edge of the box, and he did that, but that was over the bar. Arsenal just asked the first question, but not the precise question that they asked. And so they couldn't get any answer. So that went off. Zubimendi at the edge of the box, inside the box, inches inside the box, and should have placed his shots better off.
Yeah.
And he went for a corner. Of course, when you have somebody like Donnarumma who stands in goal and it looks like he has covered everywhere, you need to be very direct for you to get anything out of it. So here is it. Bernardo Silva, the only player to have been booked for Manchester City, but we're still talking Nigerian football right here on the show. What do you make of the performances of the Nigerian side thus far? Are you confident? How many teams do you see now progressing to the next round? Like I did mention, Remo Stars 3-0 up the last time I checked. I'm going to go back to my dashboard to confirm what's going on in Abeokuta, where Remo Stars are currently battling US Zilimajo. Has anything changed? Well, something has changed. 4-0 now, Remo Stars. 4-0 US Zilimajo. Remo Stars leading 4-0. In the match between Abia Warriors and Joliba AC, nothing has changed. I be like Abia Warriors, they won't defend. They won't defend. They won't defend this 1-0. Nothing has changed. It's 3 minutes and it's still 1-0. Abia Warriors. Well, Ashanti Kotoko. Still 2 goals difference between themselves and Kwara United. 4-2 that match stands. 4-2 that match stands. Ashanti Kotoko leading Kwara United 4-2 at the 85th minute. Will Kwara be able to bounce back again, or will Arsenal be able to bounce back? Here is a chance from the left hand side. Trossard with the ball, looking to bet his man into the box, decided to take a cross header, and here's the Berechese with a shot and saved by Donnarumma.
Arsenal are knocking. I see the equalizer and it's coming pretty quickly. I mean, how long can City do this for? You have 40 minutes left to keep playing football like this at the Emirates. You are bound to concede that at some point. So it's only going to get, the pressure is only going to get even worse. So I mean, how long do you see City doing this for? I see the equalizer. I'm smelling the equalizer, but that was a good one. Good shots by
and of course
straight at Donnarumma.
Yeah, straight at Donnarumma. And Donnarumma will also have to say thank you, Vadio, for not putting your leg, because we don't know where the deflection would have gone to. Imagine Vadio body was on it and then deflected wide. I mean, you have a shot stopper in goal, so you need to do better to beat him. I mean, Donnarumma is a shot stopper. It might not be your ball playing goalkeeper, but when it comes to stopping shots, that's what he's good at.
I think Arsenal should have an idea, if not anyone. He single-handedly removed them from the Champions League last season, I believe. He alone, I think Arsenal had about 6 shots on target in the first half. Probably should have scored 2 to 3 goals before PSG even scored their opener in Paris. And he just answered every occasion he came to play that day. So if anyone should have an idea of how good a shot stopper Donnarumma is, it has to be Arsenal. But they look like they are still trying to select and pick their shots, and they still have time. They definitely still have time, but you have to do better to beat Donnarumma. He's not the kind of person you just play any lousy shots. I mean, come on, bend it like Declan Rice versus Madrid.
Real Madrid, yeah.
So you have to be selective with how you want to score today. We've seen that with Zubimendi and now Izzy. But Arsenal are definitely knocking on the door, and I think with time they will get that equalizer.
Gyökeres
has not been in this game. I really don't see him scoring. I think Ruben Diaz has him well under hold, but what has just changed for Gyökeres is his supply unit has gotten better. He's just gotten better. What is this?
Well, here is a should I call that mommy thank you, or a Colette? Come and take it. And Arsenal might make something out of this. Bukayo Saka from the right hand side. O'Reilly will have a field day now because it's Bukayo Saka, and then they attempted, and there's a bicycle kick attempt by Declan Rice, and that will not go in anywhere. Arsenal still with the balls, Saliba, Jurriën Timbers, Declan Rice coming back to get it, and then they want to push forward Calafiori. having the ball. So it's going to be. He did a decent job when he had Nani Madueke, but having Bukayo Saka for the young man O'Reilly.
He's definitely going to offer you something different.
Yeah.
While Madueke will look to beat you at the wing, Saka has the intelligence. He knows exactly what your next step is going to be. He has grown into that player, and look at the combination between him and Eze on this wing here, already looking very fantastic. I mean, then throw in Timber to that equation, and they are moving the ball around, and City is just okay. I think he was offside in that instance. City is really trying to dig in here, but we've seen an instance. I gave an instance of this at halftime, but we've just seen an instance. Matheus Nunes, the ball broke to him. He had the chance to drive forward and maybe cause that fear that Arsenal are afraid of right now in transition. And he just gave it right back. So there seems to be some sort of fear now with the pressure that Arsenal has put on the City players, and they are not responding well to the occasion. And like I said, it looks like a matter of time. Arsenal have really, really grown into the game.
All right, let's see what happened at Emirates, while we are also seeing what happened. Kwara United!
They're no green.
Kwara United! Well, it's not an equalizer, but it's now 4-3 between Kwara United and Asante Kotoko. So they've cut down that one goal. 3 away goals for Kwara United. Wow. Who saw this happening? Who saw Kwara United going to Kotoko to score 3 good goals? All right, it's now 4-3 Kwara United against Asante Kotoko. Not Kwara United leading, but they've been able to score 3 goals away from home. Oh my. I hope I'm not seeing what I'm seeing. Abia Warriors. What is happening between Abia Warriors and Joliba AC? Is it true, the indicator I am seeing right now? Well, let me wait. Oh my. That is disappointing for Abia Warriors. Joliba AC just equalized. Joliba AC just equalized against Abia Warriors. Can Arsenal borrow some Joliba? Can they borrow some Joliba and do their own equalizer? Well, they are still pressing Manchester City into their own box, and they're having this fluidity. I mean, the combination of Eberechi and Bukayo Saka from the right hand side looks just beautiful to watch. Leandro Trossard, well, it's still a matter of who play from the right. Arsenal are like the how do they call it? 3 wise men from the east. Arsenal are the players from the right. Because
right now they look like a one-armed man. Nothing is coming from here. Even
nothing.
With Nunes, nothing is.
Nothing.
They have to switch and revert back to the other wing. But I mean, Kwara United, kudos to them. That's a 3 away goals now. How many minutes left to play?
90 minutes. We are yet to confirm the additional time, but 90 full minutes has been played. Here is Arsenal. Leandro Trossard from the left hand side looking to beat his man, and then he drives in cross, and that will be blocked. It's going to be a corner kick for Arsenal. Trossard looking to impose himself into the match to also show that look, something can happen. Nunes will have a field day if Trossard turns up right well, because Nunes is not your natural wing back, or maybe he's not so used to that position, so he's going to have a field day if he turns up. Some would think the change that Mikel Arteta would have done would have been maybe switch Nani to the other side, let him play from the left, take off Leandro Trossard. Or you can also look at it from this angle. He played a lot, Nani Madueke, so he's probably tired, and so he needed to be taken off. This is looking dangerous, but danger looks to be averted. Doku with a counter-attack. He still has the ball, and there is Saliba in front of him. Can he be Saliba? He's looking for a teammate. Reinders is there. Here is a good through ball to Erling Haaland. Erling Haaland he takes the shot, and that will go off.
Why didn't he square?
Very quick counter-attack via Jeremy Doku. A very good vision from the Belgian, spotted Erling Haaland, who had acre of space with the ball, and Haaland went with his left foot. Should have done better. The attempt to clear by Eberechi with his right foot hits the body of Zubimendi, the onrushing Zubimendi, or you can make that not Zubimendi. That should have been Declan Rice, and should have gone in. If not that, maybe that's where you say luck shown on them, and so That one
City's first corner of the
didn't go
game.
kick. So this is going to be City's first corner after Arsenal have crossed 6 without anything outside it. 0810-9510-951. That is 0810-9510-951. What's your thoughts regarding performances of Nigerian sides? Right now, there's danger smelling in Abia Warriors match because they have conceded. So it's going to be 1-1. It's 1-1 right now. Jeremy Doku from the right-hand side for City crossed in, and it's going to be blocked by Calafieri. Another corner kick. So 2 corners in succession for Manchester City, but the linesman spotted an offside by Jeremy Doku. Arsenal will start immediately. So the ball is in the middle. Zubimendi has it and gave it away quite cheaply and quite recklessly. So Arsenal just gave that one away. Renders looking for Nunes, and Nunes answers his call, and it's going to be back to Varadio. Varadio has it and looking for O'Reilly from the other side, and Arsenal will have some defending right here to do. In the Nigeria Premier Football League, let's see what's happening. Before then, he has decided to start for Atalanta. It was only a matter of time. Had about 3+ minutes today. Ademola Lookman.
Yeah, I mean, the manager did say in a conference yesterday, or was the day before yesterday, that Lookman has been reintegrated into the Atalanta squad, and you should expect to see Lookman taking the field for Atalanta anytime soon. And although he didn't play much today, he came on when they were already leading pretty comfortably. But it's a sign that he's back, and he's back there, because I think Atalanta, barring today's win, have not looked good all season, especially their loss away to PSG. That is not the Atalanta way. Atalanta does not lose by that much goal margins. I understand PSG are the defending champions, but come on, 2 of their most influential players are currently out injured, and that did not look like Atalanta at all. They've also looked very shaky. I think they conceded 2 goals to a newly promoted side in the Serie A in, I think, was it their opening game. So they've not looked too good. But Ademola Lookman is back. He's been their main man. He's been their difference maker for a couple of seasons now, and well, keeping him at least for one season. But albeit, I would like to say, an unhappy. Even that was
a nice shot from a corner kick by Trossard, but well blocked. Here's a chance for Arsenal. How did he miss that?
Haaland
had to send that one away, and that ball is always City are seriously defending. That was a good pass into the box, and I think it was Zubimendi that was there. He should have had a touch on it. All he needed to do was just put his leg, and that would end up in the back of the net, but he missed it. Haaland did the needful by sending that one. Go away, please. Go away from me. Go away from me. Enyimba Bendel Insurance 3-2. Enyimba leading at the 39th minute. So about 3 goals have been scored at this center while we were away, talking about Man City Arsenal match as well as the other matches in the CAF Confederation Cup and the Champions League. 3-2. Enyimba is leading. El Kanemi still leading Warri Wolves by a single goal. Bayelsa United and Nasarawa United is 1-1. And Niger Tornadoes have scored again. It's now 4. But Ikorodu City responded by scoring their own 2 goals. So that match stands at 4-2. Niger Tornadoes 4-2 against Ikorodu City. Shooting Stars extends their lead against Kun Kalifat. Is now 2-1. Shooting Stars leading Kun Kalifat by 2-1. Scorelines from the Nigeria Premier Football League. It's done in Ghana. 4-3. Ashanti Kotoko, Kwara United. They fought well, right?
Very good result. I would say very, very good result, considering it's an away match. I mean, it's what you want to pick away, to at least pick a point. Okay, this is not a point, but this is almost as valuable as a point, because you scored 3 times. You trailed by a goal twice and by 2 goals once. So to come back from that and to at least give yourself, if not just a fighting chance, but I would say a very good advantage at home, where you know that if I score 1 goal, all I have to do is make sure that these people do not come out and score. You have the home support. It is your home, so you'd be able to pull it off. And this is probably their best chance, and they did very well against Kotoko. But I think in the same vein, you can almost see that the second leg, would you still expect goals? Probably. I mean, if 7 goals came out in the first leg, who says there might not be more goals in the second leg? They've done well to put themselves at an advantage point, but they could just as easily lose it too.
So the approach I know we'll have some time to talk about the reverse fixture, but the approach should be play your balance game. Because if you want to say, let me come and defend like this now, it looks like a draw, right? Let me come and defend and all, you end up conceding and it makes things difficult. So threaten your opponent and push them back. By the way, between Abia Warriors and Joliba AC, the match has ended. It's ended. The result is 1-1 between Abia Warriors and Joliba SC. And at Remo is still ongoing. 4-0 Remo lead. Let's let you in on some results from CAF Champions League qualification round. El Gecko Plus of Madagascar drew 1-1 against Silver Strikers of Mali. Aignoa of this looks like okay, I'm not sure of that country, so let me leave it. That match has not started, by the way. Okay, so Colombe of Cameroon against Jaraf of Senegal, goalless. Jamus of South Sudan against Al Hilal of Umdurman, goalless. Fondation Beta of Guinea and Nouadhibou ended goalless. Asfan of Niger against Esperance of Tunisia ended Esperance of Tunis beating them 3-0. Leopard of Congo, Black Bulls of Mozambique ended goalless. Still ongoing between ASC Kara of Togo and RS Bekane of Morocco, but the match stands at 1-1. East End Lions of Sierra Leone against US Monastir of Tunisia ended Tunisia Monastir 4-0. Remo Stars US Zilimajo ended 4-0 Remo Stars. Simba will take on Nzingizini Hotspur of Eswatini later by 7 p.m. while Real Banjul of Gambia will take on FAR Rabat of Morocco by 8 p.m. in the CAF Confederation Cup qualifying round. The Kedah of Somalia up against Zamala Ruaba of Sudan. That is 1-0. The Kedah won that one. Mighty Wanderers against Wanen Galaxy ended 1-0 Mighty Wanderers. And between Ports of Djibouti and KMKM, it ended 1-2. The away side getting the result. Abia Warriors Joliba AC ended 1-1. Ashanti Kotoko Kwara United ended 4-3. Still to come, Generation F of Senegal against Academia de Fat of Ivory Coast. So those are the results. All right, thank you very much for being part of the show. We end things there. Tomorrow 6:30 a.m. we will return to further the conversation. Thank you very much to Alex. Thank you to you. And join us tomorrow 6:30 a.m. Good evening.
The Obagi Oilfield Host Communities Development Trust, in conjunction with our sponsors, Set Law, Total Energy EP Nigeria, NNPC, JV, warmly invite stakeholders and members of the public to the Grand Commissioning and Flag Off of Project. Project for commissioning, Ama Community Bottling Company, bottled water, a more than 2-story 18-classroom block building at Ogbogu Community, Ogbogu Ultra Modern Cottage Hospital, renovated and furnished at Kabuka Primary School, South and North, Ogbogu Community Ultra Modern Civic Center, Erema Community Cooking Gas Plan, commissioning and inspection of Obobru Internal Road, project for flag off, foundation laying of Obagi Community Preform Factory, foundation laying of Obogu PVC Factory, foundation laying of Obite Community Furniture Company. Chairman of the occasion, Senator Benson Agadaga, Chairman Senate Committee on Host Communities. Mother of the Day, Her Excellency Professor Ngazima Odu, Deputy Governor of River State. Special guest of honor, Mr. Matthew Boyer, Managing Director, Chief Executive, Total